Okay, I need to do, where are you? You and you go live. No. That go live. Okay, that should be everything. Alright, let's see if you are going to behave now. 1. Nope, still nothing yet. Because I know it'll work fine here. So, alright, let's... Anything? There we go. Alright. Okay. So, just a quick note if anybody is watching this later on YouTube. I did do a thing just to test things out. I wanted to see... I wanted to see what it would look like if I had ChatGPT write my, whatchamacallit, like write the YouTube description for me. I did give it consistent feedback. I did give it some, I did paste probably 8 or 9 descriptions so that it has an idea what my writing style is like, because I said I want it written in my style. And so from that, it eventually figured out, had to teach it a few times, but it eventually figured out what I'm actually looking for when it comes to the description. So the description itself for Journey into NYX, and only for Journey, because this is the first time I've tried it, is it is written out by ChatGPT with my permission to be in a style similar to how I would have written it. And the only reason I did that was because I knew I was going to be short on time. I knew I was going to be short on time coming home from work, and if you haven't noticed, I'm a few minutes late starting. Oh, pardon me. I am a few minutes late starting, but I know I would have been later had I not tried to do some kind of organizing before I left to go to work today. So, I basically gave ChatGPT, here's what I'm looking for, here's what needs to be in it, here's what needs to not be there, etc., etc. Gave it some structural points. I know what I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting this. Give it some structural points. Give it some idea of what's acceptable, and let it see the feel of how I rate things. and the first time it tried doing it, it was, yeah, that's kind of right, but it's very structured. It's very, um, like you can tell it was, like a professional at a job in the sun. And it's like, no, it had polish to it and stuff. And I'm like, nah, dog, that ain't how I write. I also almost never say nah, dog, but that's another story. Anyway, um, so I let ChatGPT write the description as an experiment. If you think it is wrong, if you think, um, and again, I only did this because of time constraints. I had time to do stuff in the, before I left, but not proper time to look stuff up properly. And it would have been, it made sense for me. I have access to this tool. Let's try it. Let's see what it's like. We use it at work when we have an email we want to write to a customer and we want it to sound more professional or, more appropriate based on the kind of business we are and so forth. So it takes that into consideration. Also, there are times when I draw a blank on a word and I can explain the word to ChatGPT and it will write the proper term and be afterward. I'll be like, that's exactly the word I was thinking of. I couldn't remember it. I was drawing a complete blank. Thank you. And sometimes that's what the problem with writing an email simply is like, you know what you want to say. You cannot find the proper word. You know the proper word. You can't find it. So, the description for tonight's YouTube video is written by ChatGPT with my permission based on the descriptions of about 8 or 9 other videos. If you go to YouTube and you look under the video where it says description and it says what the video's going to be about and so on and so forth, it did that for this video. If you have a problem with AI in general, I get it. I understand it. I'm not going to tell you I think you're wrong. I personally think it has its place, but its place is to be used. The example I like to use is it's a tool just like a hammer. A hammer does not tell a carpenter how to use it. A carpenter takes the tool and uses it to do what needs to be, done. I have no problem with people using it to, maybe they are bad at writing certain things, like writing emails in a proper manner. And especially if you are in a job that's not actually in an office. If you're in an office, you should have some kind of competency with the kind of language that's being used. If you're in, let's say, a retail store, and you suddenly have to send an email to a customer because something has happened involving something they've asked for, you're not necessarily going to have the proper experience to write a properly formatted or, a properly formatted email. And it could be full of spelling mistakes. It could be full of grammar mistakes. You could, because you're used to talking to your friends a certain way, you may accidentally say something that's offensive to the customer, etc., etc., etc. ChatGPT will help clear that stuff up. If you are programming, and you want an AI to, I've written this section of code, give me your feedback. Is there anything based on what you see the code doing would be a better implementation? The difference between for loops and while loops and if statements and so on, all that sort of, like even the basic stuff. Sometimes there's a better way of writing of writing what you're thinking of that will do what you want to do. That is easier to understand, easier to not just implement, but also modify. You may have like the the third grader, idea of how to write it out, as opposed to, somebody who's gone through, uh, finished a diploma at a university sort of thing, has, all sorts of other tricks that you can, or even somebody who's, grade 3, and versus, grade 12, somebody who's just, you know, the style in which it's written is going to be very different. And so using it as a tool um, to help catch things you might stumble on, especially if you've got a program that's like, thousands upon thousands of lines of code, and it's giving you an error and you can't figure out why. You feed it into an AI and it goes, "Oh yeah, here's your problem. Your output says it's over here, but it's actually all the way back here when you forgot to put an open parenthesis, an open parentheses first. That's your real problem." Oh. So somebody using AI as a tool to improve their productivity and stuff of that nature, I don't have a problem with. you know, it's when people are using AI to, oh, well, I have AI, so obviously I don't need, this, you know, I can cut 10% of my workforce just by using AI instead. I mean, you could, but if you've ever actually used AI before, there's going to be a lot of issues, a lot of concerns, a lot of problems, a lot of errors. And you can spend just as much time going back and fixing it as, plus the amount of money that gets being spent on, that gets spent on AI. Your subscription fees and how many tokens you're using and this and that and everything else. It's like, or you could just have a person do it. Have them use AI as a tool to help, make sure things fit properly, this, that, whatever else. But it's a tool. It's not there to replace people. So that's my general stance on AI. It is a tool. We should be okay to use whatever tool we want to, we want will do the job that we require. We should not be using it to outright replace humans. Because the other thing is, if you tell an AI, who can, you feed an AI what jobs can be eliminated, it's not going to be able to, like, how are you going to actually turn around and tell it what jobs can actually legitimately be eliminated? Personal opinion, that generally should end up being we'll start up at the top. Because if we can cut, for example, one job that's, I don't know, uh, a vice president job, you know, we we do some minor restructuring, and well, we've got 12 people there. If we cut it down to 11, have each person responsible for 8% more in terms of, like, 8 or 9% more in terms of categories. But it's still all being filtered through, you know, up the management chain. Fine, they might actually have to do a little extra work. But being able to cut one entire, high level executive can save can save a company millions of dollars a year. They can they're probably going to be fine. B, they can not unreasonably end up going to another company. Especially if you look at the tech field. Have you seen how many people go, they'll work at Intel and then they leave Intel and get a job at Qualcomm, and then they leave Qualcomm and they go to Nvidia, and they leave Nvidia and they go to, you know, I think it's called ASML or whatever. And it's unusual that they actually end up unemployed for any actual length of time because they've got a bunch of upper level management skills. You know, so and that's something that take trying to be fair to everybody, that is something that takes a long time to actually get to the point where you've got that. Even if you start off as management somewhere, you're not starting off up at the top. That is incredibly unusual unless it's a very small company. And even then, you still have to have some idea what you're doing, some idea what you're talking about. You cut one job there and maybe a couple upper slash mid management jobs, and you've probably, you lose three people, and you've probably made enough, you've probably cut enough back to compensate for like 50 or 100 people being, or more being let go from your company that are at the lower levels. And the people at the bottom generally are the people that actually, no, I really need this job. The people that are fair, really high up, really high up the chain, they're probably going to be fine. They have, they have RSPs and savings accounts, and they have, and they have the long-term experience that ending up somewhere else should not be difficult. But if an AI is going to tell you to turn around and cut jobs, like, how do you tell it on what do you use to tell it, hey, by the way, no, this person's got to be let go, in a way that's fair, in a way that's sensible, this, that, and everything else. Anyway, that being said, TLDR, I have no problem with people using AI as a tool. I have a problem when they decide, no, we're using AI to replace people. And we gotta be we're on a slippery slope right now. And a lot of people are losing their jobs to AI. And then the companies are still spending the same amount or more because they're using AI instead. So, again, use as a tool. Think of it as a hammer, a screwdriver, a saw, an awl, a knitting needle, whatever. It's it's a tool to help you perform a task. You want to use it that way? I don't have a problem. But you need to be using it to help you perform a task, not in place of doing the task. You know, um, again, I went over what it did like 3 or 4 times, and it was going back on. It was looking. It was being fed like 8 to 10 different descriptions that I'd previously used for other videos before. I did it this way because I was under time constraints. This is not a thing that I have to do. Let's be honest. I do this stream because I want to, not because I have to. But it's, you know, I used it the one time as an experiment. Do I plan on doing it again? It might at some point happen. Unlikely, but at some point. You know what? Before I forget, I'm actually just going to make a quick note on this. Let's see here. That's not going to work. Wow. Okay. Let's see if this actually works the way I want it to. Alright. Hopefully I don't lose anything. What am I looking for? Oh, there we go. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Manage videos. Let's see here. Live. Options. No. Okay, I don't have the ability to do that. I'll have to make it as a note after I'm done the stream. Alright. I do need to remember to actually say, hey, by the way, this was written by, the description was written by ChatGPT with my permission based on my style, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, so, finally got out of all that. Let's actually get on to this. Journey into NYX. Yeah, Xenagos became a god. The gods are not happy. Elspeth now has and Elspeth, again, having been dragged by Heliod kicking and screaming, to base, as her champion. Well, maybe kicking and screaming is the wrong word, but you get what I'm saying. Well, let me see, let me find the actual blurb it wrote. Yeah, okay. It actually didn't, because the other thing is, it didn't. It it did pick up that I try not to over-explain. I try to only explain based on what's actually going on in the set and maybe like a little bit of background before that, and that's about it. If we don't see it in the cards, we don't know about it because let's be honest, that's how I look at the cards. You know, that's how I find out about the lore. If I don't see it on the cards, there's a good chance I am clueless, and so trying to feign otherwise probably not a good plan. But here's a good example, though. If you look on the second row, you see this card called Deicide. um, and the flavor text, plain and simple, it is done. Elspeth has been used by somebody who I presume is Heliod to kill a god. This may end up simply being because I know during this block Xenagos had two incarnations, or well, I shouldn't say incarnations, but there were two versions of him. Him as a planeswalker and him as a deity. Him as a god. Names Xenagos, not reprint. Excuse you, reprint, and then block Theros. So Xenagos himself, as a god, was in Born of the Gods, which was the last set, and and Theros was the set before. Was Theros. This might be, I don't know. Is that Theros? Not Theros. Is that Xenagos being taken out? Does it actually tell me? Yes. Xenagos is the one being nuked. Of course, when we hit Theros again, Heliod basically turns around and says, you did what I asked you to do, and I'm appreciative of that, but the problem is you also did kill a god, and you have to be punished for that. And she's like, really? So wait until you hit Theros Beyond Death. That's going to be a treat. Anyway, but now we're in Journey into NYX, heading down to the underworld. Stonewise Fortifier, 2 mana for 2/2. Okay, a palatable start. 1 white plus 4. Prevent all damage to be dealt to this creature by target creature this turn. Looks at another creature and goes, you're going to try and do what to me? How about no? That plain and simple. And because it says prevent all damage, it doesn't say combat damage. It doesn't say any kind of damage. And there are, there's, oh, what's it called? I know there's one giant that you tap it to do some amount of damage, and it might be like 3 damage or damage equal to its power or something. But there's one giant that you tap to do, some amount of damage to each non-giant creature. And a fortifier can take a look and go, that's adorable. Yeah, I don't think so. It's a 2/2 that could take a look at like this giant thundering, dinosaur charging at it. If the dinosaur doesn't have trample, takes a look and goes, "That's adorable. Yeah, you're still not getting past me. And your breath smells. Get a breath mint. No. Go back. Go get a breath mint right now. I don't care how big you are. Get that. You go and you get that breath mint." Etc. So, yeah. Uh, I mean, there are a few places you could put it. Like, it is a human, so human might be interested in it. It is a wizard, so if you're playing with wizards and you're in white, this is not. It's not a terrible creature. I would generally want something a bit bigger, but. And then 5 mana, prevent all damage should be dealt to the fortifier by pick another creature. As long as you can target another creature. Yeah, you can say, yeah, no, I don't think so. I would ideally want a larger card that did this. Say a 5 mana, 3/3 or 4/4. Probably a 4/4 by that point because you're paying two. You're basically Grizzly Bear with a healthy activation cost. Healthy as in it's got quite a bit to it. But yeah, I think it's a fair card. This is kind of like how white would do regeneration. Because white really doesn't get regeneration. White realistically only gets regeneration when it's either mixed in with another color that gets it. Or it's being it's like a color shift of another card, like Malika the Dawn being here's Ghost Ship with a coat of white paint. It really doesn't get its own cards that regenerate, though it can regenerate other cards. Death Ward all the way back from Alpha, for example, but it never really got into the regeneration game itself. Well, this is kind of like how white might handle that. It's not it's not an exact analog, but it's not unreasonable. And I take a look and I'm like, I also think that if you're going to do this on a larger creature, you might actually reduce the activation cost a little bit, because the amount of damage that you need to prevent is generally going to be lower. Or sorry, let me phrase that. A greater amount of damage needs to be dealt in order for it to be worth preventing. Barring shenanigans, and this is Magic, there's always shenanigans. But barring shenanigans, you are looking at, if it's a 4/4 creature and something is only dealing 3, you don't have to worry about preventing it. So it's going to be less necessary that you have to consider activating it. So based on that premise, you could probably get away with a lower activation cost because you don't need to use it as often. until you get to the point where you're on, like, I don't know, a 7/7 or whatever, where it's like, yeah, okay, I'll pay like 1 or 2 mana to prevent the damage, only because it's either an obscene amount of damage, like Star of Extinction dealing 20, or it's a, you know, there's some other special rider attached to the damage, like Death Touch, for example. Death Touch, Lifelink have got an additional something built into damage being dealt. Uh, Infect and Wither similarly. But most damage of any type, you just don't care. Oh, it's coming from a source that has X. Okay. Even if it's got even if it's got double strike, you needed like a 4-power double strike creature to take out a 7/7, and it's still going to die in the process. In fact, anything up to a 6/6 double strike is going to die in the process against a 7/7. Because it survives the first hit, and then they actually no, wow, yeah, it would have 6/6 double strike. A 6/6 double strike just needs to be blocked by a 7/7. They both die, but now the 6/6 double striker's gone. Anyway, so I think there are homes for this. I don't think I would bother in humans in general. Oh, so the other thing to consider here is there are cards that have the ability to redirect damage from themselves to something else. So in a pinch, you can do some of that damage redirection to the Fortifier. The Fortifier then takes a look and absorbs that damage, pay 5 mana, spit it out and go, got any more? The only thing I would recommend if you're considering building with cards of this nature is that you look into ways of reducing the activation cost, or making your stuff generate more mana than it first appears. Reducing the activation cost is generally the easier route. But I think it's a doable thing. Supply Line Cranes, 5 mana for a 2/4 flyer. Again, I've said before and I'll say it again. A not unreasonable starting point for how big a creature is, and then therefore base their mana cost on that as a starting point. You have a 2/4 flyer. You take the power and toughness, add them together and cut it in half, and you end up, well, 2 plus 4 is 6. Cut that in half is 3. You're looking at something that should be based on the math of a 3/3 flyer. A 3/3 flyer at common in and of itself should be in the 4 to 5 range. Just a 3/3 flyer, you're probably looking at 4. When the centers, put +1 counter on target creature. If you assume it puts it on itself, you're now looking at a 3/5 flyer, which averages to 4/4, which again is, for 5 mana at common, a 4/4 flyer or something that maths, approximating that is not unreasonable. It's not great, but it's not unreasonable. But this also gives you the flexibility of sending that +1/+1 elsewhere. And sometimes that's what you need. And So, you know, being willing to pay a little more for that additional flexibility. Again, we're also looking at a common that got printed over a decade ago. Not unreasonable. So, consider, take, you know, and now you're looking at the fact of, okay, so the cost makes sense, and, it's a reasonable sized creature for what it is. And a 2/4 flyer is, in some instances, is better than a 3/3 because it can chump block a 3/3 all day long. And if it gets any sort of size boost at all, in the power department, the 3/3 is gone. Or give it double strike. But that's an easy answer to a lot of things. Just give it double strike. Your other problems will go away. No big deal. But you take a look and you go, oh, okay, I mean, it doesn't look amazing, but that flexibility of getting that counter elsewhere can make a big difference. First of all, it's only a 5-cent card. If you're looking at budget requirements, 5 cents is pretty good. Second of all, it gives a +1 counter to another creature. Does the deck that you're building, whatever, that you're conceiving, care about +1 counters? If it does, then cards like this are great. Third, it's a flyer. Said before and I'll say it again, and I'm going to keep going on about it. Flying creatures will, decks that have got a sufficient number of flying creatures will win more games than it looks like they would otherwise because they have flying creatures. And the big benefit of most flying creatures is that they can block flying creatures and ground creatures. Or as I've heard somebody turn around and say, ground units. They can block both. So you start taking a look, and you may not be interested in the cranes themselves, but a card like this actually ends up being really useful in the right kind of deck. Something that cares about +1 counters. Well, maybe it's not counters necessarily. Maybe it cares about cards being modified, which involves having a counter on it, an equipment on it, an aura on it, something that changes it from what it was into something, it has modified the creature somehow. It's what it says on the tin. And suddenly, a card like Supply Line Cranes is the sort of card that you want for a deck of that style. Do you want the cranes themselves? Maybe, maybe not. Are you building a modified deck? A deck that cares about creatures being modified on a budget? Then, yeah, Supply Line Cranes is up your alley. It is also a bird, so it does play into that. I think what I'm going to do at some point is I'm going to sketch out a a budget-friendly deck based around flyers and see how it goes. I'm probably going to use LGS pricing, which means that yes, while you could pick this up somewhere for a nickel, if you go into an actual physical store and say I want to pick this up, but you're not going to be paying a nickel. Because if this came from a booster pack, it's not just I cracked a booster pack. More realistically, It's, I have a box of boosters. The box has to be, that means having somebody whose job suddenly is take this box of 36 packs, crack it open, sort all the cards in a way that's useful for how the store does it. The best way, in my opinion, boils down to going by the card number at the bottom of the card. In this case, this is card number 28 down here at the bottom in the middle. Which largely boils down to colorless non-artifact cards first. So think Eldrazi as an example. If it's colorless but it's not an artifact, it goes before anything that has a color to it. White, blue, black, red, green. Multicolor, colorless artifacts. Artifacts that have a color to them go with the relevant color. So if it's the Great Henge, for example, that's listed under green because it's a green card first and an artifact second. What was it? Multicolored artifact land. Split cards are often separated from multicolored. If they are monocolored on both halves, you often just put them with the monocolored cards. So a card like Rough and Tumble. See if this actually shows up properly. Yeah, a card like Rough and Tumble. It's red on both halves, and then therefore it ends up being categorized as a red card because there's in it a split card, for example, as a counter example, like Wax Wayne. Green on one side, white on the other. It's now technically a multicolored card. It gets put in with the multicolored cards. So, sort them by the general color category. It's fine initially to put the colorless cards with the artifacts and then just pull them out afterward, as far as I'm concerned. Then, take each of those stacks and just sort them alphabetically. And that will put you pretty much exactly in card number order. The number one thing to keep in mind is there are certain words, and the number one being the, that will be, that are not considered part of, like in terms of sorting stuff about alphabetically, you don't put it under T. Like if it's the One Ring, you put under O for one. This might be a thing that you may have heard back in, heard in school about how books are organized by title. If you're old enough to remember that, or if that was a thing that you actually, do you actually still have a library where people deal with actual physical books, or is everything online? If you still have actual physical books, then that's, you want to know where to find a book. That's how you check. It'll be in this section. Check under the first letter of the first word that's not an, that's not like a or the. And it should be there. Anyway. Right. I know where I was going. So, yeah. So once you've cracked all the packs, then you've got to sort the cards. The cards have to be put away in wherever they're being put away and merged with the appropriate product. So if you have a binder, let's say, for, Marvel superheroes, and you just cracked a pack, a box of Marvel superheroes, well, then you need to put any copies of, Iron Man with Iron Man that's already in the binder. If you have any copies of, oh, what do you call it? Like Avengers Tower or whatever it's called. And you've got like 3 copies in the binder already, well, you have to merge the ones that you got out of the box with that. And you have to take the the company that's the store that sells the cards has to take that into consideration when they're pricing out cards. And as a result, it is not unlikely for a common to end up being a quarter. A quarter. What? But it's only a 5-cent card. A quarter. Because first of all, when you crack a pack, well, this is Marvel Superheroes, and it says it's got 14 cards in it. You may or may not be able to see that. Let's see here. Oh, wrong way. 14 cards. The remaining ends up being advertising. Advertising code cards, tokens, stuff that doesn't matter for most people. So you take a look and you go, how much is the pack that you just cracked worth as a sealed pack? Let's assume, for the sake of example, and I'm picking numbers, I'm picking mathematically useful numbers. I'm not picking accurate numbers. Let's say a box is 36 packs and a box is $180. That means a pack is worth $5. That means you have to, on average, and we're not getting into the EV discussion. We're going into what makes sense for people to, for a store to sell the individual cards at. And so, if a pack is $5, you get 1 rare, 3 uncommons, and the rest are commons. So you get 10 commons. So to make that pack be worth it, the contents of that pack have to be on average $5. A quarter each for the commons times 10 is $2.50. If you figure the rares minimum $1, that's now $3.50, and the uncommons are minimum 50 cents. That's $5. Second question. What did he get? What? What did he get? If you assume the minimum, $5 a pack, that's how you break it down. Anything above that is going to help, probably the first thing you should be looking at is how long did it take for a person to sit down, crack the box, sort it, and put it away properly. Let's assume that the amount of, if you take the amount of time and the hourly wage and you do the math, and let's say that's $30. That means you also have to assume that $30 of what you're going to be able to sell the contents of that box for is going to somebody's wage. That's a pretty decent card. You know, it's not like the best card in the set, but it's, you know, it's in the top, I would say the top 5. You get one of those, you paid for the person's wage, but you also have to consider how many cards are you going to have that are just sitting there taking up space somewhere, and you need to find storage and you can't use that area for something else because it's being used to store random cards. So, buying, cracking open a box of the most, here's a box of the recent set, crack it open, sell the cards, take into consideration how long cards are going to sit there until somebody buys them, and the amount of space that you end up taking up, and the amount of, and how much wage you end up having to pay out. Plus, not only that, while somebody is sitting there cracking open the product, cracking, sorting, and everything else, you've also got other stuff in a consideration. For example, the electricity being used. Because at the very least, if you try doing this in pitch black, how are you going to see what cards are getting sorted where? You're not. It is that simple. So, you have to have at least lights on. Depending on the person doing the sorting, if they are a lower tier employee, for lack of a better word, well, you have to have at least one other more senior person there when it happens, in case there's questions, in case the thing comes up, in case whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean that, hey, by the way, this is my job. No, it means, my job is to watch over you. No, my job is to keep an eye on you and be available if you need help. But I have to do this other work in the meantime. So, be accessible. Basically. But that also means that I have to pay at least a second employee's wage, etc., etc. So yes, it is not unreasonable because of all these kind of factors that you are paying 5 cents buying this online, and maybe you can buy like 30 of them from one shop, and they'll make, from one person, and they'll make like $1.50. Oh, sorry, I have to ship them? Well, what's shipping going to cost? Even if you're buying 30 of them, now you need an envelope of some sort, which are not free. And you at least need some kind of postage. Even if you're doing it through letter mail, that's going to cost you a few bucks nowadays. Especially if you're shipping 30 cards at once. I think you can get that into one of these team bags. Oh, by the way, team bags are going to cost you some amount of money. This is probably like 15 cents a piece. Well, probably 5 cents a piece, but you still have to add that in your calculations. Especially if, like a retail store, you are going through a lot of them because you don't just have 1 or 2 customers. You might have hundreds, you might have thousands. You might have more. The math adds, the numbers add up. So, here's an interesting example. The LGS I work at, I had a shift earlier today. We went on to the system that we currently use for handling our orders, much of which is done online. Shortly after the shutdown during COVID, so let's say about 5 or 6 years. Since then, we have done over 95,000 orders, and some of those are people buying one thing at a time. And sometimes they're like one order I was working on earlier today, where it's like 36 or 38 cards. And sometimes they're like a couple of weeks ago, we had one of our staff working on an order, and I had to take over for it the next day. And it was something like 240 singles. And it wasn't 240 of card X. It's I want one of these, and 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 then, like they're making like three commander decks, 3 or 4 commander decks. Um, and sometimes they're other product. Sometimes they are booster boxes, or play mats, or sleeves, or you know, uh, Funko Pops, or whatever. And so you got to take all that into consideration when you're looking at how much should I charge for a card. How much should I be charging for a product? Yeah, but it only costs. Yeah, but if you have an actual physical store, like I could turn around and I could go on, I don't know, TCG Player, and I could set up an account. And I've got, you know, a few thousand cards that I need to deal with somehow. And I could inventory them all up and say, hey, by the way, I've got this, that, whatever else. And I could probably make a few $100s off of that. The first question is, how much am I going to spend in just random things like envelopes? If I do nothing but, plain white envelopes and, maybe some, maybe some sheets of cardboard some sheets of cardstock that come from, let's say, shoe boxes or whatever. And penny sleeves and stamps. I do fairly inexpensive way of doing this. That few, let's say I make $1,000. That's net. My gross income is probably going to be like half of that because I'm going to be spending a lot of money shipping out random, like, oh, this person needs like 5 copies of supply line cranes. And I'm probably having to charge them enough for the shipping to compensate for the fact that I'm shipping. So an order with like half a dozen copies of supply line cranes could end up being, pay me $5, I'll send them to you, but they're only worth a nickel. Yeah, but then shipping. And I'm not in the same country you are. Or I'm not in the same state or province or, you whatever jurisdictional division you want to use. I'm not in the same area you are. Okay. So, we get people. Oh my god. Recently, we've had a couple of orders come in from the UK. I'm in North America. They're in the UK. They're spending, or Australia in some cases. they're spending more in shipping than the cards are worth. They might be picking up like a $3 Yu-Gi-Oh card and spending like $20 for shipping. Anyway, all that is to say, I'm probably going to end up going by, like, I'll probably end up using a bit of a higher, a higher budget and going by LGS pricing. You know, if you are trying to build on a budget and you're going by what TCG player says or whatever, then sure. You could get a $10 or $15 budget commander deck. But I think I'm going to use LGS pricing, and I'm probably going to expand it to about 25. And doing so will give me the room to actually buy a decent number of like quarter cards, 50-cent cards, whatever. If you assume a $25 budget, and you assume if you assume 25 of them are basic lands, that means the remaining card, and assume 0 for basic lands, because everyone, people should just have basic lands floating around. Or you can go somewhere, some places have, here's a box of basic lands for like $10, and here's like, 50 or 100 of each basic land type or whatever. Something like that. Thunk! Here you go. Here's a box of basics. So now you're looking at 75 cards remaining. Because the general's got to be counted for as well. 75 cards remaining for $25. So $1 on average needs to get you 3 cards. So on average, you're looking at 2 cards that are minimum a quarter, and 1 card that might be like 50 cents. Or if you're smart about it, 4 cards that are a quarter. That's $1 left for 2 cards. So how about 5 cards at a quarter and 1 that's 75 cents? Or 8 cards at a quarter and 1 that's $1? You get enough quarter cards, because if much of the rest of your deck is a quarter, let's say you need 75 cards. If you have 68 cards that are a quarter, that's $17. That leaves you $8 for the remaining 7 cards. That means you could get like 6 cards that are $1 and 1 that's $2. As an example. Which means you can afford your Soul Ring. If out of those remaining 68, out of those remaining 7 cards, 4 of them are 50 cents. 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got like $5.50 to spend on 3 more cards. $1 card, a $2 card, and a $2.50 card, I think. Which gives you a little more flexibility than it first appears. You still have to be tight on your budget. You're not getting a $10 card and putting... Well, can you get a $10 card and a $25 budget? 75 cards for 25 bucks. 74 cards for 15. No. $15 would get you 60 cards. What's the most? You know what? You're gonna chat. You see what you guys did? It's like, wait, what? What did I do? What? I do not remember what you were gonna be. But let's see here. 75 cards. And then so this equal. All right. Equal that minus that. That's plenty. Okay. $25 budget. So equal M1 minus 75 L2 times 0.25. And then equal 75 minus that. Cool. All right. So, and then equals that times 0.25. So, I know. Why am I doing this part? Now, at what point does it cross? If I do... Oh, no. Because, yeah, at 68... Oh, yeah, that would leave me $8 left. This is how much I have left. Oh, yeah, this is how much I have left. This is how many cards there are left. Oh, yeah, no, this one's be like... $14. Okay, it's not going to be down this far. Because you cannot buy... Alright. If I have... Oh, no. Wait. This is... Right. After spending this much at a quarter a card, how much do I have left? If I'm spending this much on a quarter a card, how much do I have left? Buying 60 cards, I have $10 left. But that would be $10 at... That leaves me $10 to buy 15 cards, which I can do. I need this. I need the... Yeah, 37 cards. No. What I need is... What I need is... I need this to be... How much have I got left after spending a quarter a card on these? I have this left. So I can buy a card that's... If I do this, I can buy... So if I go to 60, I can spend $10, but I can't spend $10 on one card. Oh, good Lord. You know what? I will figure this out later. But needless to say, it is not unreasonable that I could spend $6 on a single card, or $3 each on 2 cards, or like, you know, and get that to fit. I could spend $6 on a single card. I'm going to figure this out later. Anyway, I am getting very distracted, and I've been streaming for over an hour, for like an hour and almost 18 minutes, and I've barely even got past the first card. I gotta get a move on. I think I got one card done, and we were talking about this, and I got derailed. So, yeah, so supply line cranes I see uses for. Primarily for playing on a budget, but I see uses for them. Quarry Colossus. This looks weird. Some time ago, I never actually really finished it, but I decided to see what would happen if I built a deck for each of the 6, because I'm including colors here, where how many lands of the relevant basic land type you have matters. In other words, the white deck says how many asks how many plains do you have, and a lot of stuff is based on that. The red deck asks how many mountains do you have, and has a lot of cards based on that. The blue deck, how many islands do you have, and has a lot of stuff. Like there's that one card, I can't remember what it is, but it's like, draw a card for each island you control. Stuff of that nature. Basic land type matters for each of the 5 colors, and I was hoping to find something for wastes. I couldn't find any at the time. There might be something now. So, Quarry Colossus, if you're building that kind of deck, Quarry Colossus fits in. This is the sort of card where the number of basic lands you run is relevant. If you do what I do, and I will pull up my, where are you here? I'll pull up my blank. And as a visual representation, that should be clear enough, I hope. There we go. As a visual representation, this top section here that is currently in purple, and if you take a look at some of my other lists, like this one for example, it doesn't stay purple, but it's a useful starting point. How I do things is I start off with a blank like this, and then in each section I put one or two categories. Okay, so for example, this is a mono green burn deck. I don't expect this to be a good deck. I expect it to be a deck. At the top, the name and the concept, like the name of, who's my general, what's the concept, what's the premise of this deck. And then anything that's in the same category, and when I say category, I'm not talking instant sorceries, whatever. I'm talking functionality. These first few cards are this, this pinkish color. The actual color doesn't matter. The being able to tell cards that are in, cards that are in the same color have the same functionality. So even if they might be a different shade, it's a different color. So for example, this red here and this, dark like burgundy-ish color here, they are two distinct separate colors. They're two different things. They're two different categories. This shade of, this lighter green and this darker green, they're two completely different categories. If I can tell them apart, it's two completely different categories. The actual color doesn't matter. I've not decided that cards that do category, cards that do this category should be this color, and cards that do that thing should be another. No. The only thing like that I have decided is that if it's bold, it's a creature. That's it. And so I have blocked this out in a way such that a typical commander deck is 99 cards plus a commander. Well, that's easy enough. 99 is 9 times 11. Well, yeah. 9 is 5 plus 4. 11 I find to be useful in this context. I could have also divided it the other way. I could have taken the 11 and broken that down into 6 plus 5, and that would give me 6 across here and then 5 at the bottom. And each one would have been 9, and that would have given me 54 up here and 45 down here. Either way, I mean, you take one spot from the top section, you bring it down a bit. Okay, it's not going to make a meaningful difference. Whichever way you do it. The bottom section is my mana base. It is my lands. It is my, when I'm building a typical deck, it's my relatively inexpensive but efficient ramp. So my Soul Ring goes down here. If it was a deck, if I had the, if I could afford it, and I thought it was important enough to the deck to run it, I would put Mana Vault or Mana Crypt down here. I don't put Gilded Lotus or something that high down here because these are things that I want to be able to cast relatively early. So I probably want to stop around 3 mana-ish is my general feel cutoff line. Anything that costs more than Manalith in terms of, how much can I get out of it for how cheap. Birds of Paradise will also go down here. Land of War Elves, etc. Unless Land of War Elves. Land of War Elves in a general deck would go down here. Land of War Elves in an elf deck goes in the top section. Because in an elf deck, it's got different functionality. Its primary purpose is it's an elf. Its secondary purpose is I tap for mana. Whereas in a general deck, Land of War Elves is, for number 1, I tap for mana. And so that goes down here. And so the section that says any target, this is all the same color. I have 6 cards that say, again, this is a mono green burn deck. I have 6 cards that say, hey, I can, like Hornet Sting. It's a terrible card in general, but it's 1 mana, 1 damage to any target. In green, that's incredibly good. The second section beside it, not below it, but beside it, Fly plus players. Think cards like Hurricane. Green plus X, sorcery. X damage to each player and each creature with flying. The relevant part here is its damage to each player. I'm a burn deck. I'm trying to burn out the table. The slot beside it, that's in gray, is cards that make my opponents lose life. So God Pharaoh's Statue, or Scrawling Crawler, for example. I think God Pharaoh's Statue, on their upkeep, they, pings them for 1, and Scrawling Crawler, whenever they draw, they take, they lose 1. Shenanigans, Tearing Viewpoint and Predator Flagship both have the same ability. They can give a creature flying till in a turn. Downdraft, I don't remember what was. Primal Order burns people based on how many non-basics they've got. This particular deck runs 20 basic lands. I'm not likely to get burnt out very much if I'm playing against somebody like Seth, also probably better known as Saffron Olive from MTG Goldfish. He likes his non-basic lands because he likes his lands to do things other than just tap for 1 color. He likes his utility land. And okay, here you go. These last 4, I didn't categorize them. I know I have them in there so that I can, like, these 4 are additional mana sources, quote unquote. They're creatures that say tap them and tap an untapped creature you control for mana of any color. I don't remember why specifically I had them here, but I do. The green ones right underneath, the bright green right underneath it, are creatures that say when they attack, they can deal combat damage to the opponent as though they were unblocked. So, you're going to chump block me? That's fine. I don't care about your creature. You're still taking 4. Wait, what? This dark red here is creatures that got haste. You're playing a burn deck, you should probably be running creatures with haste. Fast acting poison? Yeah. Creatures that have haste that can give my opponents poison counters. Then Wingstorm and Cyclone Again, more Burnination of a slightly different style. I think these can only hit flyers. Red-white tokens. Red-white tokens is interesting. The the key to the red-white tokens section itself is every token has to be at least a 2/2. Ideally a 4/4 or larger, but at least a 2/2. Why? Because there's this very fun card here called Friendly Supplicant. Copy. Who has a very unusual ability. 1 green, 1 other for a 1/1. Tap and sack a red or white creature. She deals damage to any target equal to half the sacrificed creature's power rounded down. So I need a way to generate creatures that are red or white in a mono green deck. Because the damage is rounded down, a 1/1 creature will be 0 damage. Because it's half. Half rounded down, half of 1 is 0.5. Round down, i.e. chop the decimal and the whatever's after the decimal off and just take the whole number part. 0.5 rounds to 0, so no damage. So this is why the tokens have to be at least 2 2s, or at least 2 pairs. So this is why you've got Mascot Exhibition, Moonsilver Spear, Riptide Replicator, Chalk Outline, Transmogrifying Wand. All can get me a creature that's red and or white. That's at least 2 power, because when I've got the Friendly Supplicant out, I can start throwing them at people and start dealing damage based on that. Again, my 24ths are here. I've got 4 lands that are here to burn my opponent's face off. I've got 8 creature lands in a mono green deck, which I think is amazing. And then I just have to finish filling off this last section here of, you know, lands and some kind of ramp and so forth. I'll probably end up putting Pyramid of the Pantheon in this list because it's what one of my roommates likes to refer to as Gilded Lotus. If you are familiar with Gilded Lotus, it's a 5-mana artifact. Tap, add 3 of any one color. Every turn, it taps for 3. Pyramid of the Pantheon. 1 to cast. Pay 2 and tap it. Add 1 mana of any color. Put a brick counter on it. Once it has 3 counters on it, once it's got 3 bricks on it and you've built it up sufficiently, tap for 3 mana of any one color. It becomes a Gilded Lotus that you have, you know, it's a thing that you have built into Gilded Lotus, therefore it's a Gilded Lotus. Anyway, yeah, that's probably going to end up going into this list because, you know, it is, you know, it's a piece of ramp that, you know, yes, it's going to be bad ramp initially, but once it's got 3 counters on it, it is going to accelerate out my Tornado Elemento, my Tarask, and Rocks, and a bunch of, you know, Mascot Exhibition, and so forth. And again, keep in mind, I don't have these organized at all by I don't have these organized at all by mana cost or anything like that that you see on sites for hosting. I have them organized by functionality. And at some point, I take this list and I put it on a site like DeckStats. Like I use DeckStats.net. Other people use Moxfield or Archidect or a bunch of other sites. MTG Goldfish, you can put decks up there. But I put it there and I go, hey, by the way, don't draft. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what you did. Pay a green, target creature loses flying till end of turn, which allows you to save creatures. Sack the enchantment, 2 damage to each creature with flying. I get why you're in there now. But yeah, what I so yeah, so that deck, first of all, it's going to run 20 basic lands. Part of the reason for that, like I like having a high basic land count because this way I never end up getting screwed over by I think it's Assassin's Trophy. I always get Assassin's Trophy and Abrupt Decay mixed up. I think it's Assassin's Trophy. Path to Exile, Blood Moon, Wasteland. There's a bunch of cards that actually just make having non-basics annoying. I try to make sure I have enough basics in my deck to compensate for effects of that nature. If somebody, if I've got like, if I'm attacking with like 8 creatures and I attack and somebody goes, oh, well, in that case, settle the wreckage. Well, I've just lost all my creatures, but I have enough basic land to compensate. And so, cool. Alright, my turn now? Because assuming that it's gone around the table. My turn now? Here's an Eldrazi, here's a giant ocean beast, here's a, here's a Walls of Bossing, say, yada, yada, yada. Here's a bunch of stuff that he's like, oh, crap. And I'm like, yes, you should have just left it alone, but no, you had to go blow up the world. So yeah, I like making sure I have enough basic lands in my decks to compensate. 20, like somewhere in the 15 to 20 range, I think is is a good number just in case things go south. And if you're playing I think up to 3 colors, it should be relatively easy to get a decent number of basics. In fact, if I go back to, oh yeah, speaking of which, where is she? Esper. Built. Yes. So this is a Esper deck that I built. It is not a control deck. This is the wrong one. There we go. I have 36 lands. I do not see any DFCs, but 36 lands. But I've got 8 mana rocks. Many of which are like 1 or 2. And then this has got like 13 islands, 3 swamps, and 4 plains. Because it's based around sphinxes. Those are largely blue or blue something. I want a bit more black because its sub-theme, its next theme is like mass reanimation. And then a bit of white for like some extra stuff, but yeah. Yeah, I have it's an Esper deck and I run like 20 basics in it. And I think I'm fine. Anyway. Oh, good lord, am I getting distracted? So, Quarry Colossus, back to what I was saying. 20 basics or thereabouts. Oh, yeah, and my 5-color deck, I do run 20 basics. It's basically, I want to say, something in the ballpark of like 10 force. I believe it's 4 planes. I'll have to double check, and then 2 of each of the other types. As somebody goes like Ghost Quarter, cool. I have basics to fetch, and I'm not screwed over. Anyway, Quarry Colossus, 20 basic lands, not a unreasonable number I find to put in a deck. Still gives you plenty of room to play with interesting stuff. And you go, hey, by the way, I've got like 3 planes out. Cool. Comes into play. Target creature, target creature is going back into your deck third from the top. Yeah. If you're building a deck of that kind of concept, great. If you're building a monocolored deck, 15 to 20 basics is not an unreasonable ask. 2 colors, I think it's still reasonable. 3 colors depends. If it's largely 1 color and then some of the other 2s, it should be relatively easy to go something along the lines of 12, 4, and 4 or something of that nature. If it's like my 5-color deck, you can run 20, but it's going to be hard unless you do some weird massaging with your mana. A 5-color deck running a bunch of basics, you really want your lands that are not basics to be able to tap for like 3+ colors. You want your. I would probably recommend staying away from even dual lands. I would be going like fetches into my ideal recommendation would be fetches into triomes and 5-color lands to be able to support enough basics. If you're not going to run that many basics, then yes, now you can run more shock lands, more surveil lands, and so forth. But if you think running a bunch of basics is a good idea, lean harder on lands that will tap for more than 2 colors. Anyway, that being said, Quarry Colossus, a deck of that nature, I can see it because I tried concepting a deck, decks for each color like that. Not for Commander, just normal 60 card. And this is in the white deck. It's also a giant. So if you're considering a white heavy giant deck, because this one's plains, do keep in mind it doesn't say basic plains, it just says plains. You do get to play with Mistveil plains. You're in giants, so you're probably also looking at Sacred Foundry. Not unrealistically, I could see. Oh, good lord, what do you call it? Godless Shrine. You could also get the Mardu Triome. I forget what you're actually called. It's not in Datha. Ralgren? Might be Ralgren Triome. And so on and so forth. So you could end up getting like there's giants everywhere. My brain by default says giants are largely going to be heavily in Boros and then some in the other colors. Or Lorehold, depending on how new/old you are at the game. Most people call it Boros. Red-white is usually Boros. People that have started playing in the last few years and came in around the first trip to Theros especially, or not Theros, Strixhaven School of Mages, would be more familiar with calling it Lorehold, or people that have started playing recently might call it Lorehold. Anyway. But Quarry Colossus, decks of that nature, anything that's heavily white, or anything that's, I can see those. Sightless Brawler, Where I see Sightless Brawler is largely if you, in fact, I might have, I don't think I did, but I might have had this on my list of creatures for my Boros aggro. Where is she? Anthrax and Cyanide. Where are you? 2 mana. And what do you call it? Sightless Brawler. Uh, no. But it would have been a consideration. In fact, it could actually still make it in lieu of something else. Because the concept for my Boros aggro deck. Number one, I'm trying to do quote unquote proper old school aggro. I want cards that are I'm going to be relying on the cards that are in my deck. I'm not doing Edgar Markov because I don't want the yes, it's the best way to build it. It is the everybody builds it this way. I'm going to be building it the way people would build an aggro deck in any other format. What you ideally want are creatures that are relatively low on the mana curve that deal a lot of damage for their cost. I go up to 6 mana because in Commander, going up to, that's going up to 6 is actually a reasonable top end, and I have no 1-drops. Why do I have no 1-drops? Because it's not unreasonable to have a 2/1 creature or 2/2 creature on turn 1. In a 20 life format, a 2/1 creature is pretty good. In a 40 life format, a 2/1 creature is like, okay, that's nice. And? Sure, it might get in for 6 damage. Okay, I'm at 34. Okay, and? When you hit 2 mana, it's not unreasonable to get a 3-power creature, occasionally a 4-power creature. Well, suddenly that 3-power creature. First of all, you drop a 2-power creature, and now your 1 mana 2/1 is just, oh, you're not getting through anymore. Second, a lot of lands in this deck, as much as I would want otherwise, do actually enter tapped for various reasons. I don't have any good turn 1 plays, so having land enter tapped on turn 1 is fine. They don't all enter tapped. Again, I run a lot of basics. So there's that. I have the shock lands. I don't run the pathways, but I really don't like pathways, but I run snarls. Again, I also run enough basics, so I don't have to worry about a snarl entering tapped. I try and make sure as many lands as possible have a reasonable way to enter untapped. So I'm running Sacred Foundry. I'm running Clifftop Retreat, which, with 20 basics plus a few lands that have got the relevant basic land types, it should enter untapped most of the time. Now that, whatchamacallit, I want to say it's Edge of Eternity's Commander is out. You've got the turbulent lands that will enter untapped if you have enough opponents. Stuff like that. So, but there are certain lands, like the temples, for example, that are going to enter tapped. And it's like, okay, well, if I don't have a turn 1 play, I can play that on turn 1 and not worry. But my turn 2, I want something that has both power and toughness at least equal to its mana value. The ideal card is at least both of those stats are equal, and at least one of them is greater. If I have to choose between, higher power or higher toughness, I'm going higher power because it's an aggro deck. So, for example, Sightless Brawler, it's a 2 mana 3/2 that says it can't attack alone. That is in an aggro deck. That's actually pretty, that's quite playable. The only thing you need to have is somebody else to attack with. Okay, that's what your deck is already doing. Plus, it can also enhance another creature, and when that creature leaves the battlefield for whatever reason, you still get a 3/2, you still have a 3/2 body. So, this is a card that can quite conceivably go into a deck of that style. It has the stats, it has a workable drawback. It has a drawback that's perfectly viable for that kind of deck. It can also be played as an aura on something else and help smash through for more damage. So it can be a turn 2 play or turn 5 play. And just smash, smash, smash. It does exactly what the deck wants to do. I think the reason I didn't end up going with it, 2 drops, visual spoil, let's do this. My 3 drop is my commander. So this is why if you take a look, I go straight from 2s straight up to 4. Because on turn 3 I'm playing my commander. And if nothing else, there are 3 mana, 3/2 first strike vigilance. But at 2 mana, I got a 4/3, enters, discard a card. Jotun Grunt, a 4/4 for 2 that eats graveyards. Cathartic Commando, 3/1 with flash, sack it to destroy target enchantment. Daybreak Charger, 3/1. I found that with at 2 mana, 3/1 was something I had to fall back on enough. I didn't want to, but I had to. But it was, it's fine. Daybreak Charger enters target creature getting +2 power till end of turn is actually, is useful in a deck like this. It's almost like granting haste. Glorybound Initiate, it's a 3/1 that you can exert to make it in a 4/4 lifelink till end of turn. Honored Crop Captain, 2 mana for 3/2. When she attacks, other attacking creatures get +1 power till end of turn. So, again, a power boost to my team. Great. Kargan Intimidator, 2 mana for 3/1. Cowards can't block warriors, and it's a warrior. I will point out, as I constantly do, anything that mentions a given creature type, changelings have all creature types. If your opponent has a changeling, they cannot block with Kargan Intimidator out. Your Blood Rage Brawler, your Honored Crop Captain, Glorybound Initiate, the Kargan Intimidator itself. That's already 4 out of the 2 drop slot, and then we get further. No, you're a soldier. For 1 mana, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. It gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Target creature becomes a coward till end of turn. Target warrior gains trample till end of turn. Relentless Raptor, 2 mana 3/3 vigilance, attacks or blocks each combat of Fable. Rimrock Knight, 2 mana 3/1 can't block, but has a adventure for single red. Target creature gets +2 power till end of turn. Savai Thundermane, whenever you cycle a card, don't expect to see that happen very often. 2 damage to target creature and gain 2 life, but it's a 2 mana 3/2, which is the more relevant part. Sarah Avenger is a 3/3 Sarah Angel that you can't cast early. That's fine. Fine, I'll play her on turn 4. It's still almost a Sarah Angel. That's like half the price. Sun Gold Sentinel, 2 mana, 3/2. When she enters or attacks, exile up to one target card from her graveyard. And then, if I've got creatures with at least 3 different numbers in their power stat, I can pay 2 mana to give her hexproof till end of turn from a color and can't be blocked by creatures of that color. Veteran Motorist, 2 mana, 3/1, enters, scry 2. When it crews a vehicle, the crewed vehicle gets +1/+1 till end of turn. I don't know if I have any vehicles. I don't think I did. I think it's just a 2 mana, 3/1, scry 2. Weapons Trainer, 2 mana, 3/2. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 as long as you control an equipment. I don't know if I do. Yeah, I don't think I have any equipment in this deck. Wojak Halberdiers, 2 mana, 3/2. You'll notice that stat a fair amount just in the 2-drop slot. 3/2 creature for 2 mana. When it and at least 2 other creatures attack, the Halberdiers get first strike till end of turn. Ambitious Farmhand is a 1/1 that lets you search for basic planes, put in your hand, and then you can transform it into, what were you, like a 3/3 lifelink or something like that? Yeah, 3/3 lifelink. Lone Rider, 1/1 first strike lifelink, and if you gain 3 life this turn, you transform it into a 4/4 first strike trample lifelink Eldrazi Horror. You were Human Knight, you are turning into an Eldrazi Horror. That's not something to be scared about. Village Ironsmith. I always liked Village Ironsmith, even like just. It's a 1/1 first strike for 2 mana, which is not completely embarrassing. If no spells were cast last turn, transforms into the Village Ironsmith, which is a 3/1 first strike. Trusted Companion, 2 mana, 3/2, Vigilance, can't attack alone. Blind Obedience, makes stuff your opponents have enter tap. Goblin Oriflamme, your attackers get +1 power till end of turn. Leonin Sun Standard, pay 2, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Pride of Conquerors, pump your team either by 1 or 2, depending on whether you got the city's blessing or not. So yeah, a lot. The majority, I would say the majority of the creatures in here are have both power and so like a 3/2 or a 2/3 or something comparable. And the Sightless Brawler very easily could have fallen into that slot. Could have fallen into there. Oh wow, 2 hours already. So you are looking at building something aggro. If you've got any sort of enchantment theme, enchantment, not theme, but like if you're leaning into enchantments at all, consider the Brawler. You're going for something aggro, etc., etc. It can easily slip into a deck like that. Leonin Iconoclast. 4 mana for a 3/2. Whenever you cast something that targets the Leonin, just destroy one of your opponent's enchantments. Yeah, it's not hard to, you throw an aura on this, and suddenly you go, oh, by the way, because it's saying enchantment, it's not saying aura. You throw an aura on this, and you go, hey, by the way, blow up that Smothering Tithe. Oh, yeah, here's another, here's a temporary pump spell. By the way, blow up your aura shards, etc., etc. So the Iconoclast, the sort of things that, the heroic. The interesting thing about the Iconoclast is it looks kind of meh until you start taking a look at the kind of cards that get played in Commander and realize that so many decks run enchantments either incidentally they just happen to run enchantments, or, we're not talking about decks that are focused on enchantments. We're not talking things like, you know, a a pillow fort, turbo fog deck or whatever. We're not talking that kind of deck. We're talking just like your typical regular commander deck. A lot of people play cards like Smothering Tithe, Heuristic Study, or yes, I'm mentioning cards that happen to be game changers just because they're the first cards that come to mind. But there's a lot of cards that people play that are enchant, and some of them are incidentally enchantments. Some of them are like Esper Sentinel, which I believe is an enchantment artifact creature or something like that. Uh, you know what? Let me just look it up real quick. I might be misremembering. No, it's an artifact creature. Uh, you know what is Colon Game Changer? Sort by color. Humility, I'm not going to count that one because people don't play it usually unless you're looking at something broken like CEDH. Necro? Really? Underworld Breach? Yeah, that's there to be, that's a, Yawgmoth's effect. Survival of the Fittest? Yeah. Or Shards. Huh. Not actually that many enchantments. A handful. Most of them, I want to say most of them are like the biggest mentioned card type would either be like creature or instant. That's interesting. Anyway, but yeah, there's lots of cards that just happen to be enchantments that people play. They're enchantment creatures, or I need a card that fills this role. Oh, it happens to be an enchantment. Like if you're looking at like a global pump effect, something along the lines of Glorious Anthem. It's an enchantment. You're playing dragons. You're probably running Crucible of Fire. Pretty much every deck is going to have some number of, even if it's only a couple, you should be able to find, it's not unreasonable. You can get them to go off a couple of times. And unlike a lot of effects that are related to this, you're often looking at, an enters the battlefield trigger, or you're looking at a sack trigger. You could target this. Hey, Holly, you could target this with your own Path to Exile. Blow up somebody's enchantment, and then exile this and get your land. Deicide. 2 mana instant, exile target enchantment. If it's a god, you basically cranial extract all the other copies. Your god's not coming back. Again, said before and I'll say it again, changelings have all creature types. If it happens to also be an enchantment, oh, I mean, it's getting well, yeah, no, that would be redundant. But if it is a god, you at least get to see your opponent's graveyard and, or sorry, you get to see their hand and their library, so you have an idea what you're going to be dealing with. On top of this, if you decide, not decide, to do something silly like, I have this thing that makes everything into enchantments, okay? Enchanted Evening, let's say. The Cha-Cha Naked, no you. Everything's an enchantment. Cool. I'm going to use this other ability, I don't know, let's say, oh, what were you called? Holly, help me out here. Mist form era. I think it was an enchantment that could change something's creature type. I don't think it was an aura, but I think it was an enchantment. Choose a creature type other than the legendary or wall. Target creature becomes that creature type till end of turn. Does that ring a bell? I think you're right. I oh no, unless natural selection. That's not the temporary one. That is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, yeah. Use something like unnatural selection. You target your opponent's creature. You go, hey, by the way, you're a god now. Deicide. Exile it because it's also an enchantment because you had Enchanted Evening out because you're playing blue-white. And then if it ends up being, like, it's especially brutal if your opponent is playing with something like, you know, one of those relentless cards like Relentless Rats or Rat Colony or something like that, because you go, exile that. Now I get to get all the copies that are in the rest of your deck and your graveyard and your hand and exile them too. And your opponent just, you know, the person you're doing just might turn around and go, okay, in that case I scoop because that's what everything my deck is built around. Hashtag not apologizing. That being said, I would probably just run Deicide just as a good enchant. Like if I want specifically enchantment removal, I would probably pay the extra mana over Demystify for this. It would be an incredibly unlikely situation where I play this and I actually get to do more. But at that point, I at least get to see what my opponent's dealing with. Not only that, but it is occasionally possible where the fact that they're shuffling their deck is actually beneficial to them, or it feels beneficial. One of those, you know, I've been getting mana screwed for the last like 6 turns. Okay, let's try a thing. I have to blow up one of your things, but it'll make you shuffle, so maybe that'll help. Also, it's only a 15-cent card. Sky Spear Cavalry. 5 mana for 5 mana for a 2/2 flying double strike. Again, double strike. The best way to initially think of this is as a creature with twice as much power. That's not exactly how it works, but the costing is commonly based around something in that nature. So you're basically looking at a 4/2 flying first strike, more or less, in terms of how they would price it, and like in terms of mana cost. And that feels about right for this. Flying and double strike. Yes, it's 5 mana and you only get a 2/2. That is a much more serviceable card than it looks, because it will take out 4/4. Like, sure, it'll die in the process, but it'll take out a 4/4 angel. There's something from 5th Dawn that's like half the mana. Let's see here. Set 5 DN O double. Yeah, that would be this thing, the Sky Hunter Skirmisher. And yes, it's, you know, it's cheaper, but it's also a 1/1 and not a 2/2, which when you're looking at double strike, that +1/+1 makes a huge difference. and that would be a Leonin. It's Cat Knight, so it would be Leonin. So that might be what you're thinking of. Um, I would actually pay the extra 2 mana for the +1/+1 here because of the double strike. On a, if it was like any other, like, I'm willing to pay a little more. Okay, so general rule of thumb, you're getting +1/+1. You should generally only be paying like an extra mana. Depending on the situation, paying a bit more than an extra mana is worth it. For example, going from a 2/2 to a 3/3 might actually be, or a 3/3 to a 4/4 might actually be worth two additional mana because you end up crossing certain borders. Like going from a 2/2 to a 3/3, shock is no longer good enough to kill it. Going from a 3/3 to a 4/4, lightning bolt, abrade, lightning strike, stuff of that nature is no longer good enough to kill it. Something with infect should be treated as though it had twice as much power because they're commonly designed for dealing 10 damage to like for a 20 life format versus 10 poison is a huge deal. So it should almost be considered to deal twice as much damage. This is why like a 2/1 with infect is commonly priced, if you look at the mana cost, it's commonly priced as though it's a 4/1. You think of it as a 4/1, and now it makes more sense. So, there's certain times when paying an extra 2 mana for only an extra +1/+1 is worth it. And because it's got double strike, I think it also is because again, the the skirmisher that we're just looking at is basically being priced as though like a 2/1 flying first strike. This is being priced as a 4/2 flying first strike. Because 2 hits, it's going to deal 4 damage. And then again, any sort of pump spells make a difference. And like you put, again, you're looking at a flying creature. So if you've got an effect like, I was going to say levitation. If you've got an effect like favorable winds, which gives flying creatures you control +1/+1, this is now a 3/3 double strike. This is now taking this needs a 7/7 flyer to basically stop it and kill it and survive. Like the 7/7, a 3/3 double strike up against the 7/7. The 7/7 survives. A 6/6, they both die. That's a pretty big deal. This gets up to a 3/3 from anything. It tangles with a 6/6 and takes it down. It dies in the process, but it takes it down. And getting this to 6 power does not take much. It could have exalted. I attack alone. I have exalted from some effect that's, some other effect you've got on the board. So, yeah. I think this card is a lot better than it first appears. And yeah, again, the typical comments with flying aside, i.e., flying is incredibly good and will win you games. You like combine that with double strike, throw any sort of size boosting aura on it, and it will start getting insane. So, yeah, you want an inexpensive deck based around flying creatures? This should probably be in it. So, Divine Transformation, and then you get to throw. Oh, good lord! What's the one that's that costs double white? That people played in modern for a long time. Oh my god! It costs double white to cast. Uh, Mana equal WW type, or that's probably enough. Daybreak Coronet. So yeah, Sky Spear Cavalry, especially if you're building on a budget, you should be looking at this card. Eagle of the Watch, I'm less excited about. You're giving up a point of toughness for vigilance, and I don't think that's enough of the problem I see. The biggest problem I see with Eagle of the Watch, and I'm probably not taking rarity in consideration here, is comparing it to the dwarf. I want to say it's called Aerial Responder, which is like it's like the white version of Vampire Nighthawk. It's 2 white plus 1. Yeah, 2 white plus 1. You get a 2/3 flying vigilance lifelink for 3 mana. Now, granted, it came out in Kaladesh, which was 2016. This is 2014. Oh, only 2 years difference. So, around the same era. But for half a mana more, turning one of the colorless mana into white, and a rarity bump, you get 2 extra points of toughness and a third keyword, in this case, lifelink. I don't think a 2/1 flying vigilance is worth 3 mana. It just doesn't feel like it does enough. You know, it's nice that it's got flying, but the problem is for 3 mana, at that point, you should get something equivalent to Windrake. You should get, at least a 2/2 flyer. I don't know. Maybe a 2/2 flyer with activated vigilance I would have preferred. But, yeah. Um, Not a big fan of it. Oh, I found. Oh, nice! Phalanx Formation, 3 mana, instant, cost 2 mana more for. Basically, this has got multi kicker. It essentially has multi kicker for 2. And then for every time you pay this drive cost plus once for the Phalanx Formation, you get to give a bunch of creatures double strike till end of turn. This is kind of like, for 3 mana, this gets double strike. For 5 mana, this and this. For 7 mana, this, and this. For 9 mana, this, and this. You see how this goes. Keep in mind, nowhere does it say that you can only target creatures you control. which means you can. This is the kind of card that you want to keep in your back pocket. Not literally, it should be in your deck, or hopefully by the time you want to use it, it's in your hand. This is the kind of card that you want when you really want to muck around with combat math and go, oh, it's gonna die. Oh, it's really gonna die. Well, let's take out that other giant threat while we're at it. Sometimes surprise double strike is enormous. Again, you have a 3/3 with double strike going up against a 6/6. They will collide and kill, and so rather have rage reflection. I mean, that also depends on the color scheme you're playing. Rage reflection. Yeah. See, that's, first of all, that's creatures you control. Second of all, it's 6 mana. Third of all, there's no surprise factor. That being said, if you're playing Rage Reflection, you don't care about the surprise factor. You're going, I'm going to win. That's being played like Overrun. You play Rage Reflection when you want an effect like Overrun, and you're in red. Giving your stuff double strike, I would say it's pretty close. Phalanx Formation, no. This is a combat trick. And if you have a 3/3 with double strike versus a 6/6, you can make sure they both die by giving the 3/3 double strike till end of turn. Font of Vigor. I like the fonts in general. I don't think Vigor is enough because you can pretty easily where's my car? Because for a relatively low mana cost. There's another register target creature you missed. Which one? Cindercloud. No. Considered it. Had considered it. But I think, yeah. First of all, it's uncommon, which is kind of a lot of the cards that I was looking at were common, so that failed that test. The problem was that Fisher is generally better unless you're playing against white. The problem is, unless somebody is playing a deck that's based around angels, for example, you're not going to get the bonus kicker show up often enough. If the rarity does not matter, it's still a fine kill the creature. No, kill it now. I don't care how big it is, just kill it. It's still a fine card for that. But I would play Fisher over Cindercloud because it can, in a pinch, it can also hit a land, also at instant speed. It also does disallow regeneration, which is rarely but occasionally relevant. It is admittedly something that is easy to overlook, though. So you're not wrong. It just didn't do what I was looking for at the relevant times. And there were cards I found that, in the same color schemes in the same color that I thought were better. But you are not wrong to point it out. It is a viable, red is not known for getting effects like murder or fell, even at a higher cost. So making sure people are aware of it, this is a good thing. Anyway, But yeah, Font of Vigor. You're basically paying 5 mana to gain 7 life. It is not worth paying 5 mana to gain 7 life when you can easily gain. I know you can gain 4 life for 2. And I know you can gain 6 for 4. At which point, why would you pay? Uh, yeah, almost, because Natural Spring I think is 8. Let's see here. Oh, colon, you gain 7 life. Sort by cooler. Okay. So Angel's Mercy straight up does it for 4 mana. Oh man, bargain. Oh my god. It's target opponent draws, it's not target opponent may draw. That's hilarious. Hey, Roar. Oh my god. Forcing people to draw cards. Yeah, but I'm carrying. I suppose I could say gain 8. Uh, Meditation Puzzle. 5 mana, instant with Convoke. If you want to gain that life. Yeah, Meditation Puzzle would be the better card for specifically if you want to gain 8 life. And what if you want to gain 6? 6, 7. Sort by color. Um, Renewed Faith is 3 mana. Yeah, you can get pretty close to what it. The best card for that effect overall would be, in my opinion, is Pulse and Marasa, because you get to, get something back from your graveyard and gain 6 life for 3 mana. But yeah, Font of Vigor, just no, just no. If you really need an enchantment for gaining life, try an enchantment creature with lifelink. You'll probably gain a lot more life, a lot more reasonably. That being said, if you care, and the other thing is, if you care about gaining a chunk of life, look into other effects that'll do that. We just saw a few that can gain you 6 or 7 or 8 life that are costed better than this. Armament of NYX. 3 mana aura. Enchant creature has double strike as long as it's an enchantment. Otherwise, prevent all damage to be dealt by it. So hilariously, you could throw this on on one of the various certain Eldrazi Titans, and go, yeah, you're not going to deal any damage. Okay, see you, Holly. Wow. Where is it? Tell me if this does anything about it. Does that do anything about it? No? Okay. Um, let me see here. You this. Okay. I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, are you wired or wireless? Or are you listening via speaker, like actual speakers? Yeah, check another stream. um, but yeah, Armament of Nyx. You can use it as a semi-removal spell if you care about, like, if your deck cares about auras. Um, you can also use it as a silly pump spell because, again, a 3/3 creature with double strike can take down a 6/6 or any X6. A 4/4 needs a 9/9 to be able to survive it. So you throw this on, for example, Sarah Angel. It's going to take out anything that's got less than 9 toughness. It no, it needs to be a 4/9 to survive. I just commonly go because commonly you see stats that are like even, same power and toughness. Um, again, you want if your deck is I would say if your deck is based around auras, or just enchantments in general, including and is relatively aggressive, you want a card like Armament of Nyx. It's also not unreasonable to throw in a deck like Zur, like especially if you're thinking of Zur into stuff Zur into stuff that protects it, and then stuff that pumps it. And Armament of Nyx can easily be one of those. A Chrome Mastiff. I think the best kind of card for an effect like this. First of all, you want a card where the activation doesn't cost mana, or ideally, where it only costs mana, which means that you can use it multiple times in a single turn, or at least a single turn cycle. I think the only reason I see someone wanting to play this card specifically is because it's a dog. And if memory serves me correctly, for about 4 mana, it might be 5. You're looking at a 3/3. I think it's 4 mana you can do it. You can get this on a 3/3. Um, Actually, this is a 4 mana. You know what? Let me just do a quick check on Tagger. Uh, Less than the Trapper. Okay, the Trapper says whenever you cast a white spell, you untap it. It's the same otherwise. And the Sun Shield is a 3/4. What? Wow. Yeah, the Arashan Sun Shield is a huge upgrade. It's almost twice as big, with an ETB of eating something from the graveyard. Loxodon Mystic is the card I was thinking of. It's an extra white mana, same activated ability, and you get a 3/3. Yeah, just if you really want this effect, like You either want an inexpensive card, like a 1/1, 1 mana 1/1 with this kind of effect, or you want, or you want, whatchamacallit, I forgot what it was called already, the Irrational Sun Shield, which is a reasonable body on its own. For that cost, with an ETB, and with the same activated ability. In other words, if you're looking at this kind of cost and creature types don't matter, there's no reason to play this instead of, or, it could just be that you don't know about, or you're playing like, um, or you're playing command. Actually, I was gonna say you're playing commander, but you're not making sure you don't use cards from that aren't from command. But this is not in a commander set. This is in Tarkir Dragonstorm. This is it's a standard legal card. So yeah, the big reason to play this is because it's a dog. All right, I have to go through quick. Blue. Cloak Siren. We see this card often enough. 4 mana for a 3/2 flash flyer. Again, commonly sounds about right. I've never liked it, but that being said, so the question is, where does this make sense? My first problem is I'm looking at this from the perspective of limited. But this isn't limited we're talking about. Hey, how about no? And you're probably not even in the room anymore. Nope. So obviously, if you're building sirens, you might want, like siren as a creature type, you might be interested in playing it. It's a 3/2 flash flyer, 3/2 flash flyer for 4 mana. Well, that feels like a mouthful. Is not terra bad. Flash means you've got a surprise blocker. I don't know if there's anything more efficient than this at this point. It says 1, which is Giant Size Flying Ant, which is the exact same card with an ETB of tap run tap target non-land permanent. So realistically, there's nothing comparable to this card. Like, there's nothing better than this card until we hit the Marvel Superheroes set, which is the most recent one, as the time I record this, which is end of July 2026. So, Siren is a creature type. Not unreasonable to play this. A flash flying creature, surprise blocker. You can what looks like leaving yourself open and suddenly go, oh hey, by the way, here's a 3/2. And because it's a flyer, it can block most things. The usual stuff that you get along from having a flash creature and a flying creature. I can see uses for it. I think Sirens is probably the best fit for it. And I don't believe there's a lot. Yeah, 23 cards. Sort by cooler. Yeah, there's 20 mono blue ones. 2 more that are Demir, and 1 more that is is it? Zephyr Singer being a 3/4 flyer is actually a decent size. Um, yeah, yeah, you're looking at a largely bunch of low to mid range flyers and some other random stuff. And often what you're looking at is like topping at around a 3 power creature. Okay, so yeah, if you're playing Sirens, this is going in the deck easy. Crystalline Nautilus, 3 mana for 4/4. Oh no, okay. With a bestow of 5, whenever whenever the Nautilus or the creature the Nautilus enchants becomes the target of our spell or ability, you sacrifice whatever is being targeted. So this is a 3 mana 4/4 that you don't that it's a 3 mana. So the number one reason I see to play this deck at all. First of all, you're doing something weird. You're doing like a mono blue aggro deck of some sort. Number two, you see this card as basically a blue version of like a giant growth effect. You throw it on a creature, you attack with the when this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability. Right. You attack it, you throw it on a creature, you attack with the creature, you assume the creature's going to die soon. And you suddenly swing in for like, I don't know, 6, 7, whatever. And you might be lucky enough to get a second attack with the Nautilus for another 4. For 5 mana, it's not bad if you're trying to think like aggro burn sort of shenanigans. Where I just care about doing a bunch of damage as fast as I can. That's not a place blue normally plays, but it is a place blue can play a lot better than most people think. God Hunter Octopus, 6 mana for 5. Can't attack unless the thing player controls an enchantment or an enchanted permanent. First of all, you could enchant the permanent yourself. You could throw a card like Pacifism on one of their creatures, for example. And then it's enchanted, and now you can attack. Second of all, this is Commander. As I mentioned before, a lot of people incidentally play enchantments. Let's just do a quick... Let's go random.org. Random number generator, 32, generate. 15, cool. List of decks. Number 15 is Jeddah. This is my commons only Azorius deck. Let's go details for this one. Huh. I somehow managed not to have any enchantments in this deck at all. This is a rare, not literally, but figuratively, this is a rare deck that does not actually have any. Alright, let's go. Let's try generating a different number. 14. Alright, let's try the one before it. Advisor Mill. I know I've got at least one in there. Details. Radiant Destiny. Really? Just Radiant Destiny? You're kidding me. I thought I had, ENC. Really? Oh, the card I'm thinking of isn't, Alright, so only one there. 28. Commander decks. Simic hasn't been built yet. I know that one's going to have a fair bit. 15 we already did. 8. Wrong one. 8. Haven't sketched it out yet. I expect a couple, but not a lot. 28 we looked at already. 15 we looked at already. 28 we looked at already. 17. Actually, let's try and find something somewhere else. 4. White, blue, black. Mono, black. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. This one. I don't think... No, there might be. There might be like a random enchant... Oh, okay. Omen of the Sun. Answered Prayers. Nurturing Presence. Fanatical Devotion. Okay. Yeah, this feels more like what I expect to see. This feels more like what I expect to see in a typical commander deck. Just in terms of like quantity. Not necessarily a lot, but some. But yeah, God Hunter Octopus. Again, enchanting one of your opponent's things, not hard. It could even be a beneficial enchantment, for now. And, yeah. She's, yeah, this is really easy to turn on. This is basically a 6 mana 5/5 that will barely even blink at what, you know, its drawback is almost flavor text in that form, you know, in a format like Commander. Warwing Siren. 3 mana for a 1/3 flyer. Again, averages to a 2/2. That in and of itself, by this point, is on par with what you should be expecting. Heroic. Whenever you cast a spell that targets this creature, put a +1 counter on it. This is an insanely good card for anything that's trying to be aggro, you know, any sort of like aggro kind of deck in blue. If you're going for that style at all, because you cast your first aura. For simplicity's sake, I don't know, like, let's just go fire breathing. Now it's a 2/2 flying with fire breathing. Or a card that gives +1/+1. You know, I don't know. It gives enchant creature gets +1/+1 and has flying. Well, it already has flying, so that doesn't matter. Cool. Now it's a 2/4 because you targeted when you cast the aura. And now it's a 3/5 because the aura as well. It is really, really easy to make this into an actual threat. I attack with this. Giant Growth. Okay, take 1, 2, take 5. You know, you're attacking with a 5/7 at the. It's a 5/7 at that point. Just from an effect like Giant Growth. If you're going for something that feels aggro and you're in blue, you want the Warwing Siren in your deck. Pin to the Earth. 2 mana, enchant creature gets my 6 power. Again, I would generally pass on cards like this in favor of cards that say creatures your opponents control or attacking creatures or something of that nature get -2, -0, or -3, -0, or something of that nature, because that will affect more creatures enough to the point where, like, knocking one creature down by 6 points is fine. And against something that's got Infect or Double Strike or something nasty like that, you really want that. But most decks are going to be attacking often enough with multiple creatures. You don't often attack with just one. Unless it's a Voltron deck, you don't often attack with just one creature. Which means that if you affect 3 creatures and give -2 power, it works out the same. If you affect 4 creatures, you're ahead. And it's more likely to be relevant because if you put this on a 4/5, when it attacks, it's not giving you 2 life back. So, again, I would generally pass on cards like Pin to the Earth. To be fair, this is if I want a card that does this specific effect, this is probably my bottom end of where I want. I want -6, -7, something of that nature, and as inexpensive as I can get it. 1 or 2 mana. Anything more than that, I want to be affecting the board. Also, by that point, a card like Cumberstone is really useful. You have a couple of cards like this and a couple of cards that are like, this is how blue, because they, even in ancient times, they don't get fog effects. This is how blue handles fog, by making your opponents weaker to the point that it's really hard to deal damage. That is their way of doing fog. Triton Cavalry. 4 mana for 2/4. Whenever you cast with Heroic, you may return target enchantment to its owner's hand. Now, normally, in other sets, this would be return target creature. Because Theros block is so based around enchantments, including the fact that the gods are enchantment creatures, a lot of cards that would affect creatures instead affect enchantments. Triton Cavalry, in most other sets, would say return target creature. This now says return target enchantment. I think that's less good in Commander. As I said, I think every deck is going to run a couple of enchantments, but unless they're based on enchantments, it's, you're not really going to see it. Where I see this actually getting played is a deck that itself is based on enchantments, where enough enchantments in your deck has some kind of specific ETB. When this enters, make a 2/2 token. When this enters, uh, 3 damage to 3 damage to target creature. When this enters, um, exile a card and exile creature till this leaves the battlefield, etc., etc. Something of that nature. That is the kind of deck where you have an interest in playing Triton Cavalry, and you would be looking at cards like um uh oh, I know. Galvanic Arc. This is the kind of card you want in a deck like that. It's an aura that you cast on your creature, gives a bonus to your creature, but also does something to help you progress the game state. 3 damage to any target, enchanted creature has first strike. You cast a spell, you get to return the Galvanic Arc back to your hand, which you can recast later, deal another 3 damage elsewhere, and you can have 2 enchantments that you can bounce back and forth between. And you cast one, you return the other. Well, you cast that one, and you return the first one. That's the kind of deck that Triton Cavalry really wants in terms of commander. Error need. Oh, I need a copy of Error of Need. Where are you? This. Error of Need. And this is Journey into NYX. So the interesting thing about Error of Need, you exile a creature for 3 mana, and 1 more for every 2 mana beyond that. So again, it's kind of like it's got multi-kicker. And then the people get 4/4 Sphinxes to replace them. If you exile a 7/7 dinosaur, turning it into a 4/4 Sphinx could be an upgrade, could be a downgrade, depending on whether the fact that it's got flying ends up at all being relevant. Exiling a bunch of random 1/1 tokens, or 0/1 kelp, let's say, turning those tokens into 4/4 Sphinxes is a huge upgrade. So, yeah, this is absolutely, this can be a removal spell, turning, I have this, giant 9/9, demon thing that you have to deal with. Okay, let's make this a little easier. By the way, now that it's a token, the token has 0 mana value. What? The token has 0 mana value. Your creature is exiled. The token has 0 mana value. It's a lot smaller. And yeah, there's a few ways you can work with this. And again, generating a bunch of mana, really nice with this. Also, your rim blue, Leyline Sanctity. um, which basically says non-land permanents are legendary. So you can pay a bunch of mana, exile a bunch of creatures that people control, and go. So you get one Sphinx, you get one Sphinx, and you get one Sphinx. You technically get more, but since they're all legendary, all but one go pop. Rise of Eagles. You make two 2/2 birds, and with flying, and then you scry one. It's okay, but for this kind of cost, realistically, what you're looking at is Telrand's. Thank you, Telrand's Invocation, da-na-na, which is 4 mana, make two 2/2 flying drakes. You're paying an extra 2 mana and a downgrade in rarity. I will point that out. To add scry 1. Eh, I don't think it's enough. But that being said, getting 2 tokens, even if they're not great, out of 1 card in blue, this is not something that you see often. I need to point that out. You do not generally get cards along the concept of raise the alarm, raise the alarms for companions, triplicate spirits. You don't generally get cards like that in blue. So paying a bit more for it, I'm kind of okay with that. And 2/2 flyers is a lot better than it first appears. Again, largely because they have flying, and you get 2 bodies out of it, which is something. If people are going spot removal, they have to spend 2 cards on it. Hubris. 2 mana instant. Return target creature and auras attached to it to the runner's hands. I would not behoove somebody for playing a card like this. It is not unusual for somebody to be playing some kind of aura-based card. Or some kind of aura-based strategy. I do have a deck like that. I have a deck myself. My mono red deck, which seems to amuse ChatGPT to no end. First of all, my primary commander for the deck is not somebody that people commonly play because it's a good commander to throw auras on. It is very much the opposite. It is, I'm playing Squee, Goblin Nabob. 1 red plus 2. 1/1 Goblin. I think he's a Goblin Noble. The beginning of your upkeep, as Squee Goblin Nabob is in your graveyard, you may return him to your hand. That's it. That's all he does. So normally when people are playing cards like Squee, in at least in other formats, it's because they can discard him to an effect, get it back the next turn, and it's almost like they never discarded him at all. Nope. I'm playing him as a creature. I'm not I'm not playing him as discard fodder. I'm playing him as a creature. I'm playing mono red. I'm playing a Voltron deck. Oh, you're probably playing equipment. No, I'm not playing equipment. I'm playing auras. The first suite of auras that I grabbed were auras that found a way to recur themselves. Auras that said, whenever enchanted creatures put in the graveyard, whenever this enchantment leaves the battlefield, something of that nature, return it back to your hand. Or escape velocity has surprise escape, etc., etc. Some way that I can get the aura back and replay it and recast it, and basically be back where I left off. And then I went for auras that were efficient but gave a lot of size boost. So, for example, Eldrazi Conscription. It's an 8 mana and it's an 8 mana aura, but it gives +10/+10, trample, and annihilator 2. Thunk. Well, there's your top end. I'm in mono red, so having a bunch of mountains, having a bunch of devotion red is not unreasonable. So bad cards that, give a size boost based on that. And then just efficient pump spells. And just in case things go wrong, here's a handful of extra, of other creatures that I can pump instead in case I need to spread my auras around, in case my commander somehow ends up becoming too expensive to actually reasonably cast again. He's a 3-drop. He could end up becoming 11 mana. At which point I'm like, you can stay in the command zone. I'm going to cast this guy and start pursuing you up instead. Etc. So, if you're considering a card like Unsummon, and I mean Unsummon as opposed to Boomerang, and as opposed to Hoodwink or Disperse, if you're considering a card like Unsummon, take a look at Hubris, because depending on who you're up against, this can be a huge card. This can also be something that's a little nicer because you can return a creature and the pacifism that's on it back to owner's hand. So that I can see uses for. Font of Fortunes. Compared to the Font of Vitality, much better card. It's 4 mana to draw 2 cards. 4 mana to draw 2 cards, which isn't great, but it's split in 2. I mean, having 2 mana now and 2 mana later, that's not unreasonable. You really only want this card, in my opinion, again, if you're doing something based around enchantments. But it's not unreasonable. If you want to draw 2 cards, your base starting point should be 3. And depending on the kind of deck that you've got, you may be able to draw 3 cards for 3 mana. Or draw 3 and discard 1, or draw 3 and put 1 back. Not put 2 back, that's Brainstorm, that's different. But at 3 mana, you can regularly draw 2, and occasionally, depending on what you put in your deck, draw 3 with some kind of caveat. Secrets of the Golden City. 2 blue plus 1, draw 2. I think it's a sorcery. If you've got the City's Blessing, draw 3 instead. Etc. So, do keep in mind that for 1 more mana, you can consistently draw 2 and occasionally draw 3. Draw 3, discard 1. Commonly cards like Thirst for Knowledge. 3 mana, blue plus 2, instant. Some of them are sorcery. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 unless you discard an artifact. Then you got Thirst for Meaning, which is the same, but it's if you discard an enchantment. Compulsive Research is the same idea, but as a sorcery. and you can discard a land, etc. But for one more mana, getting 3 cards deeper into your deck is not an unreasonable ask. So, if you want to be playing this, you need a reason to be playing this. And it would have to do with the fact that it's an enchantment. So keep that in mind. Aerial formation. Interesting thing about aerial formation is that your creatures, the creatures that are targeted, first of all, you cast a spell that targets one or more creatures. So obviously this strive is part of what they use to make sure your heroics can trigger more easily. Second of all, a number of target creatures each get, not creatures you control. So you've got your heroic triggers that are able to kick in. You've also got the fact that you can target creatures that are not yours. Third of all, compare this to jump, even ignoring strive. This is strictly better because jump only gives flying till end of turn. This gives flying and +1/+1. If you're thinking about playing jump, tell me why you're not playing this first. And if you are playing, if you really want to play jump and not this, let me know in the comments section or drop a line in Discord or something. Tell me why you would play jump over this. I'm interested to hear that. Flight, I can slightly make a better argument for because it's a aura that gives enchanted creature flying for the same cost. Why are you playing flying? Why are you playing jump over flight? Or you're running both. But I would play aerial formation before I played most of the other variants of this card. Because suddenly giving +1/+1, that in and of itself, like especially when you're looking at stuff that's got potentially double strike, is absolutely enormous. Thassa's Devourer. 5 mana for 2/6. Again, averages 2 of 4/4. So 5 mana sounds about right. When it or another enchantment you control enters, target player mills 2. If you're building any sort of mill deck, this is not an unreasonable card to play just straight up. Just when it enters, target player mills 2. If you're looking for a deck like Phoenix, Phoenix is an enchantment creature. So it's an enchantment. It enters. You make somebody mill 2 again. You've also got cards like Fraying Sanity. You've also got, I want to say it's Curse of the Bloody Tome. It's the blue curse that makes the cursed player mill cards. So, not unreasonable building with this in mind. You can end up milling somebody for like 8 or 10 cards. But then if you're building Phoenix, Phoenix also has the ability where you can tap a creature to mill somebody for a number of cards equal to the creature's toughness. So when this enters, you mill 2. When Phoenix enters, you're going mill for another 2, regardless of what other abilities Phoenix has. And then you can tap this to make somebody mill 6. They can all be the same person, or they can all be different. So building a mill strategy, with a card like, I'm playing Phoenix. I've got Thassa's Devourer in my deck. If you have you don't need a lot of enchantments, but if you've got like a reasonable number of enchantments, like a dozen might be fine. You're playing Phoenix, so Don't forget to consider Vel'Gavoth's Lair and possibly Urza's Saga if you can afford, if you can swing them, because they're enchantment lands. People forget that's a thing that exists now. Yeah, you could easily end up with like, a dozen-ish, just incidentally, in your deck. Yeah, it would fit nicely into a list like that. That's blue. Black. Black cards look better each day. Rotted Hulk. 4 mana for 2/5, which is closer to a 3/4 or thereabouts. 3/4 is probably a good comparison. Um, you know what? Maybe if I'm playing vanillas, depending on what I'm looking at, I might. You know what? Let me do a quick check for 4 mana. Mana value equal 4. ID equal black. Order. Power. Direction. Descending. So for 4 mana, 5/1, 4/2, 4/3. So 4/3 is 7. Yeah, a combined parent toughness of 7 looks realistic. 4/3, 3/4, 2/5. You're not getting any 5/2s, surprisingly. But yeah, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 2/5 is as low down as far down there as I would go. I might consider a 2/4, but I wouldn't go to a 5/1 because of sneeze and they die. And a 1/6. The 1/6 is a very maybe. But yeah. Oh, you're a 4/2. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I would want the Highborn Vampire, the Nyxborn Marauder, and the Prakata Club Security first. I think I might actually go Rotted Hulk next. I think that would actually be my fourth card, which means makes it into that deck. Again, I don't see a good reason to do it, but NYX Infusion, 3 mana aura. There's a few cards of this nature that exist. I don't remember if it's the original, but I seem to remember Sarah's Boon was one of them. No, you're the plant. You are the time chef. The original is black. Then what are you? Phyrexian Boon. Yeah. Phyrexian Boon. Black plus 2 enchant creature. If the creature is black, it gets +2/+1. Otherwise, it gets -1, -2. Sarah's Boon, same idea, but it's the white and affects white cards. There's a few cards that do that sort of thing. NYX Infusion, +2/+2 if it's an enchantment. So, obviously, it has to go on to an enchantment creature because it's enchant creature. Otherwise, it gets -2, -2. So this is a part-time removal spell, part-time pump spell. The question is, what kind of deck are you putting it in? I don't think you put it in a deck to be one or the other. I think you put it in a deck for its flexibility. I think you put it in a deck to be... it's kind of like how the charms work. You don't add charms to your deck because they're good. Like, you don't add Thraben Charm to your deck because um, it's an efficient enchantment removal. It's not. It costs twice. It costs twice as much, and you're better off running Deicide. You don't put in your deck because it's efficient graveyard removal. You've got Tormod's Crypt, which costs 0, and it's just sack, exile somebody's graveyard. You've got Bachukabak, which has the ability as an ETB on a land, etc. You know, you don't play it because it's efficient, this, that. You play it because it's got good, it has good flexibility, so it's whatever you need when you need it. You play NYX Infusion not because it's good at one or good at the other. It's serviceable at both. So, again, you are playing NYX Infusion for the flexibility. You want to be able to use it as one or the other. Which means you also want enough enchantment creatures in your deck to make this worth a consideration. And any card where the where +2/+2 is worth more. Any enchantment creature that's got a targeting trigger that gives it counters, for example. If any of them are enchantment creatures, or some kind of other, whenever you target this with a spell or ability, draw a card, or this, that, whatever. Those are the kind of effects where you more want something like this. And you're okay spending a bit more for a less than amazing removal spell. But again, you're doing it because it's flexible and it's an enchantment. And maybe in your local play group, you've got somebody that likes to play Stuffy Doll, let's say, which will die to this because it's not an enchantment, etc. So it's not great at any one particular job. It's good at being multiple things. Ritual of the Returned. Oh, wow, that's funny. So, 4 mana, instant. You exile a creature card from your graveyard. Yes, from your graveyard. And then you make a zombie token based on the size of that creature. So if you exile an 8/8, you have an 8/8 zombie token. So what you really want that for is something like, Moonshadow is a really good example of the sort of thing you want to get with this. Or, Leveler. Something that's, inexpensive to cast, has got a huge, is huge, and you actually aren't using it to be, you're not using it to be, you're not, maybe you wanted to combine it with Torpor Orb, and Torpor Orb got exiled or whatever, and you don't currently have a backup for that. You can use this as a backup plan for that. If the idea of Torpor Orb or whatever fails, you can use this as a backup plan and suddenly go, cool, I'll reanimate this, I'm going to, or Alternatively, if somebody's going to exile it out of your graveyard with, I don't know, Scavenging Ooze, let's say, you can go, in response, I'll exile it myself and I'll get a giant FU token instead. So, what I see this as, large. Oh wow. What I see it as is largely a. If you're going to eat something from my graveyard, I'm going to eat it and make use of it first. Spiteful Blow. 6 mana sorcery. Destroy target creature and target land. This actually feels about the right cost. For 6 mana, by the time you can cast this, there should be a threat on the board that you want to blow up. And it's not unreasonable that there, by this point, there's a land that's hit the board and it's like, we really got to do something about that. It is a lot of mana, but you do get to kill 2 things that are different card types at the same time. So I would actually consider this for my toolbox because there's often somebody playing some some card or combination of cards or whatever. We're not talking, hey, I'm playing combo. We're just talking, a bunch of cards that work, a group of cards that work well together. And you're like, I need to deal with X. And sometimes, and don't forget, you don't have to target stuff that's controlled by the same player for both. Like, you can target, if you're feeling generous, you can blow up your opponent's creature. You can blow up player C's creature and then one of your own lands. Or vice versa. Heck, if you want to be nicer, you can go, you know what? I have to blow up your creature. Or no, I have to blow up your land because you are getting, it's a little too much compared to the rest of us. Yeah, I get it. I'll do you a favor. Spiteful Blow. Whose creature do you want to blow up? So you can do that and make the sting feel less bad. Nightmarish End. I seem to remember we talked about a card similar to this. Actually, no. Sorry, I was chatting with somebody else about this. Actually, no. I think we did talk about this during Kamigawa. There's that one. Um. Kagamaro's Clutch, I think it's called. Yeah. It costs 1 more than, it costs 1 more than Nightmarish End. It's the exact same effect, but on an aura rather than an instant. This is the better card in, in part because it's an instant. In part because it costs 1 less mana. And an effect like this, you don't use this to shrink a creature. You have an effect like this to get rid of a creature. If you have a 4/5 and 4 cards in hand, fine, it's a 0/1. It's not impossible to expect that it's still a threat. You play a card like this if A, you've got, you regularly have a lot of cards in your hand. Maybe you run a lot of cards like Ambition's Cost or what have you that have you draw multiple cards. Or Infernal Contract, etc., etc., etc. Stuff that say, hey, draw, don't just draw 2 cards, draw 3 cards, draw 4 cards, draw more cards. You've got a group of cards like that. A card like Nightmare Ascend is actually somewhat reasonable. At that point, it's not unreasonable that you're giving a creature -5, -6, potentially even -7. Is not out of the realm of possibility. And if you're playing that kind of deck, then a card like Nightmare Ascend makes sense because you've got, say, 15 cards that say draw 3+ cards. You can reasonably expect your hand to consistently be full. So a card like this, again, makes sense. And will get rid of things that are, indestructible. Gets rid of things that, um, you know, regeneration. Again, much less common these days, but at this point, more common. You know, get, uh, and can shrink a creature down to the point where a reasonable sized creature can kill it in combat. You've got an 8/8 that you need to deal with, and you've got a 4/4. If you've got 5 cards in hand, your 4/4 wins because suddenly you cast as the other creature's now a 3/3, etc., etc. This is a much better card over Kagamaro's Clutch because of all that. But again, would not generally recommend most of the time. If you want a card of this nature, just look for cards that say exile target creature. Around this price, maybe around 3 mana. Realistically, I would say 4. You should be able to find exile target creature fairly easily. Blood Crazed Hoplite. 2 mana for 2/1. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, put a +1 counter on it. Whenever a +1 counter is put on this, remove a +1 counter from one of your opponent's creatures. That is adorable. Note it doesn't say whenever one or more counters are put on this. It says whenever a counter is put on this. So if something puts 2 counters on it, you're putting 2 counters on it. So I'm pretty sure you get to remove 2. Yes, if multiple +1 counters are placed on this simultaneously, its last ability will trigger once for each of those counters. If it enters with +1 counters, its last ability will trigger once for each of those counters, etc., etc., etc. This is a reasonable card to put into decks that have ways of either targeting it usefully, ideally. Target it with auras, target it with pump spells, etc., etc. Target it with something. And that because removing +1 counters from things, remove them from, you can remove them from stuff like anti-venom. You can remove it from stuff like, what do you call it? Walking Ballista. Sure, with Walking Ballista, it might not be as easy, but if you've got a Pithing Needle out and naming Walking Ballista, you, they can't sack the counters, so suddenly you go, oh, hey, by the way, I'm going to start eating those counters now by pumping my guy, etc. Has an actual decent amount of flexibility, which, oh yeah, Feast of Dreams. Oh, 2 mana instant. Destroy target enchanted creature or enchantment creature. Hey, there's a creature. Hey, there's an enchantment over there. Blow it up. Um, again, I think it's reasonable for the occasional person to slip a copy into their deck once in a while. I wouldn't put it into every commander deck like this. I wouldn't call this as generically useful as something like Murder, or probably a better example might be Terminate. Or let's say Feed the Swarm is probably a really good counter example. But yeah, throwing it into a random copy into a random deck, you're occasionally going to end up with somebody who's got, I don't know, a Dryad of the Elysian Grove out or something like that, and going, oh, has a perfect answer to you, kill it. Or somebody's playing with, roll tokens. Roll token. That's a token. That's an aura, which is an enchantment subtype. Which means you have an enchantment on that creature. Kill it. What? Yeah, kill it. I don't expect to see this all the time. But I expect it to be the sort of thing that'll come up once in a while, and you'll just happen to have like a good solid 2 mana answer to that exact situation. And like in any given table, I expect at some point somebody is going to have something in play that can be hit by this. Cruel Feeding. Oh, that's adorable. 1 black instant. Strive, black +2. Any number of target creatures that gain +1/+0 and gain lifelink till end of turn. So, not unreasonably, like 1 mana, this gets +1 power and lifelink. 4 mana, these 2. 7 mana, these 3. 10 mana, these 4. Again, the other thing to keep in mind is we're looking at Commander, we're looking at a black card. Black has a surprising way of gaining a bunch of mana really quickly. Cryptcast plus Nirkana Revenant plus Cabal Coffers, Magus of the Coffers, Cabal Stronghold, Crypt of Agadine potentially, combined with Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth, suddenly end up meaning you have, and then on top of that, having cards like 3 Tree City and Nexos Shrine of NYX. Mono black decks have the potential for generating a silly amount of mana really fast. And that's not counting things like rituals, some of which are absolutely dumb. Oh, what's that one from Ice Age? I wonder. Is OTEG... It does work, okay. Oh, actually. Uh, Songs of the Damned. Add black for each creature card in your graveyard. And Spoils of Evil. For each artifact or creature card in target opponent's graveyard, add a colorless and gain a life. Like, between these two cards, you can generate an absolutely silly amount of black mana. And they're still budget friendly compared to Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth and everything else. But you go through all that, you can generate so much mana, you can basically at any time go, cool. I'm going to make these 12 creatures. I'll gain +1 power and lifelink till end of turn. What? The scarier part is the lifelink. 12 creatures. Wait, it's like 12 creatures. 36. So that you just paid 34 mana? Yeah, no big deal. That's what you get for Tuesday. So yeah, more realistically, I expect this to be cast for like, 1 or 2 targets. You ideally want them on something that's got heroic, but I mean, don't force yourself. This can more like if you want something that hits everybody, you want something with a fixed cost. Red is usually the home you go to for stuff like that. Black tends to be more single target in this context. It's not impossible, but they tend to be more single target. They tend to be target creature gets whatever, or enchant creature gets whatever. But later in the game, and again, here's the other thing. These cards generally don't say creature you control. They just say target creature. You can hit your opponent's creature. Oh, that's the other fun thing. There's a few effects that, like Flawless Cure, that basically turn life gain into life loss. Oh, if you're playing a deck of that nature, Cruel Feeding is suddenly a burn spell. Sure, your creatures get bigger till end of turn. But, oh wow. That's like in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where if you attack into a I may have this wrong, but my memory is saying if you attack into a defense position monster and the defense position monster's got higher toughness, you take damage equal to the difference between your power and its toughness. Let me just check a thing. uh and your attack is lower. Okay, cool. Does work the way I think it does. If I attack into a defense position monster and my attack is lower than its defense, I take battle damage equal to the difference. So, with a card that turns with a card that turns life gain into life loss, along lines of Flawless Cure, a card like Cruel Feeding is a burn spell in a similar manner. That's kind of funny. Alright. Anyway, Cast into Darkness. Enchanted creature gets -2 power and can't block. Probably would not. This is trying to be something like pacifism. The better card for this kind of effect, if memory serves me correctly, is Demonic Torment, which is 1 more mana. It's ancient. It's from Legends originally. Enchanted creature can't attack. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to it, so it can block, but it won't. It can't attack. It can block, but won't do anything. And it's less than $5 sorry, 5 USD, and only about €5. If you're considering a card like Cast into Darkness, I would actually play Demonic Torment instead. Tormented Thoughts, additional cost, sack a creature. Target player discards a number of cards equal to the sacrificed creature's power. Again, my typical caveat about how I feel about discard effects aside, if you are playing a discard effect, this is the sort of card where it makes sense. I do not feel that in a format like Commander, an effect like Mind Rot is strong enough. You either need something that makes everybody discard, or if you're hitting somebody for multiple cards, it has to be more than 2. An effect like Fugue is a good example. Fugue, 3 Tragedies, I think, is the arcane version. Haunting Him, I think, is the Time Spiral era one. Cards in that which cast during your main phase make somebody discard 4. Something like that that's actually a decent amount. Making somebody discard 1 or 2 cards is not worth it unless you need to make them discard 1 or 2 specific cards, or unless you've got it unless you're doing it consistently. A card like Raven's Crime, for example, is somewhat acceptable because it's got Retrace. I had to stop and think what the mechanic was called. Cards like Hypnotic Spectre and Abyssal Spectre are better because they can make people discard consistently. You hit with a Hypnotic Spectre and an Abyssal Spectre every turn. They're discarding 2 cards every turn. That makes a bit of a difference. But a card like Tormented Thoughts, if you've got, let's say, a 5/1, you can sacrifice it to Tormented Thoughts, and suddenly make them discard most, if not their entire hand. And even if they're the kind of player who's got like a bunch of cards in their hand, cool, I got 12 cards in hand. Cool, I'm going to make you discard almost half of them. Pitch 5. Wait, what? Because at the point when they got 12 cards in hand, making them discard 5 is suddenly at the point where they're likely to be discarding cards that they actually don't want to discard, because they could discard like 2 or 3 and be like, yeah, it's fine. 4 or 5, they're starting to take a look and going, you're going to make me actually decide what I want to keep now. Yeah, deal with it. The rest of us do. So if you're looking at playing a card like Tormented Thoughts, you want healthy sized creatures that you don't mind sacrificing. You know, uh, for one reason or other. They've already done their job. You know, uh, sure, they look big and beefy, but something about them is being a problem. Maybe they've got grinning demon. 4 mana 6/6 with morph, if I remember correctly. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 2 life. If you're down to like, 14ish, it might be time to go. Well, as soon as I get my tormenting thoughts, this thing's hitting the bin and somebody's losing 6 cards. Silence the Believers. Again, if you're looking at, we saw Silence the Believers, we're considering Nightmare Shend. Silence the Believers for an extra black mana. Exile any, first of all, Strive. And even if you don't do that, just straight up is fine. Exile any number of target creatures and all auras attached to them. Not only do you exile the creature, every aura that's on it is also exiled. So, the optimal time to use this is if you've got an effect like Glaring Spotlight out that allows you to affect creatures with Shroud or Hexproof as though they didn't have either ability. You look at Zur the Enchanter and go, that's adorable. Glaring Spotlight. Silence the Believers. Exile that, and anything that's on it is also exiled. Zur's going to go back to the command zone, but losing the 6 auras that were dug out to protect him. Some of those you only have like 1 or 2 cards that have the relevant ability, like Diplomatic Immunity. And now your opponent's going, well, crap. The fact that this can allow you to exile creatures that you choose is really nice. It might get a bit on the expensive side to do it for, but again, you're playing black, getting extra mana is like rummaging through the couch cushions. It's like, what a friend of mine likes to say about Simics is like you rummage through couch cushions and you're drawing extra lands and, drawing extra cards and playing extra lands. You want extra mana in black? The same idea. But even just doing it for, even just 4 mana to, just playing it straight is very good. Dreadbringer Lampads, 5 mana for 4/2 Nymph. With Constellation, target creature gains Intimidate till end of turn. So when it or another enchantment enters, target creature gains Intimidate. Intimidate means that you take a look at whatever color scheme the creature you're choosing is. It can only be blocked by creatures that have at least 1 color in combination with that creature's color scheme or artifacts. If you choose a colorless creature, it can only be blocked by colorless creatures because it doesn't share a color with anything else, or an artifact creature, even if the artifact creature happens to be, let's say, a green artifact creature. It's still an artifact creature. But, yeah, this, you really want this to be able to have, you really want this if you're playing with a bunch of enchantments. Again, and to be fair, I keep bringing up enchantments. Orzhov is a very viable way to build enchantments in multiple formats, not just Commander. Um, in fact, when Pioneer was new, and this is going back a few years. This is pre-COVID, I believe. When Pioneer was new, um, the best budget deck was a mono white Ors deck, and it was very competitive. After a little while, it expanded and became Orzhov. It's been a pretty decent. It's been a viable, and it's uh, largely based around creatures with largely based around stuff that's got bestow and payoffs for playing with enchantments. Things like SRAM, things like what's the other one called? Light Pause, I think, might be in there nowadays. Stuff of that nature that gives you a payoff for playing with enchantments in terms of like card advantage. So so you don't so you can get like you've got a bunch of mana, so you can keep if you have a bunch of mana, you can keep going, etc. And stuff that's got bestow, well, if the creature it's on gets blowed up, you still have the creature. And you get cards like Eidolon of Countless Battles in there. 3 mana for a enchantment creature that gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and each aura you control, and gives that same ability to the creature it's on. And bestowing it is only an extra mana. So if you have a 2/2 in play, and you bestow this on it, now your 2/2 is at least a 4/4 because you've got the original creature and the Eidolon being cast as an aura. So 1 for creature, 1 for aura. You've now got a 4/4 plus whatever other auras you have in play, whatever other creatures you have in play, etc., etc. Eidolon turns a random 2/2 very quickly into like a 6/6 or higher. If you're building a commander, again, Orzhov is not a unreasonable way to build it. You could even conceivably build it, I'm sure, in mono black. And then you get cards like Dreadbringer Lampads, which make creatures harder to block. Let's go red. So you notice that the first line or so on every on each for each color is a bit more questionable, but by the time we hit the third line, these are fairly straightforward. Gluttonous Cyclops. The Cyclops had learned to never eat a shepherd. Instead, he gently flung the pit aside to grow a new flock. 6 mana for 5/4 sounds kind of meh. Pay 1 more mana than its own cost, so red +5, you now have to pay 2 red +5 to make it monstrous and put 3/1 counters on it. Sorry, if I'm spending 6 mana, I want to do, 6 mana initially, and then 7 a turn or two later, assuming nothing else. Wow. I want better than an 8/7. That's cost me 13 mana over 2 turns. Sorry. Yeah. I have trouble seeing where this is. This feels like one of those cards that was statted the way it was to make sure it didn't get out of hand and limited. That feels accurate to me. That feels I shouldn't say accurate. That feels logical to me. I think they felt that if you made the monstrosity cost too low, it would be absolutely insane in limited. And so therefore, because this is a common, I think if they had gone with you know, let's say a 4/6 as an example, I think I would have been much more willing to play it. It's still a good sized creature. The stats feel the stats feel reasonable to me. And then, at some point, sure, I've got an extra 7 mana. Maybe at some, it's big enough to, a 4 power creature is big enough to swing in for healthy chunks. A 6 mana creature, or sorry, 6 toughness creature. I think I said 4 mana creature. A 4 power creature. A 6 toughness creature also means that it can block a lot and it's hard for people to actually usefully get through. But yeah, a gluttonous cyclops, just pass. Knowledge and power. 5 mana. Whenever you scry, you may pay 2. If you do, this deals 2 damage to any target. So you're looking at this along lines of something like Lightning Rift? That feels right. Lightning Rift. Yeah. 2 mana enchantment. Whenever a player cycles the card, you may pay 1 to do 2 damage to a target. This costs a little more than twice as much. But it's whenever you scry. The interesting thing about scrying is that's a thing that you can do consistently. You cannot actually consistently cycle cards. You can have a lot of cards with cycling, but at some point you're going to hit something that doesn't have it. Whereas scry, there are enough cards with scrying out there. It's even at the point where you can have an activated ability that's like Crystal Ball is a good example of what I'm thinking of, which I think existed at that point. M11. Yeah, it was already out by then. Because this came out in 14? Am I reading that right? Yeah, this came out in 14. So Crystal Ball had already been out for a bit. Pay 1 and tap it. Scry 2. So, sure. Scry 2. You do the scry. Then this triggers. It's like, cool. Here you go. So knowledge and power. This is a card that you can use consistently to just burn every turn. I think if you're in a red deck and you're even thinking about playing with a card like Crystal Ball, you're even contemplating playing a card like that, knowledge and power would actually be really good. anything that gives you the ability to consistently scry. If you're building a deck that's like my friend's Scry and Fly deck, which is based around Elageth, I believe. If you would scry a number of cards, draw that many cards instead. It is a 6-drop. This is a 5-drop. If you're building a card based on something like that, it's called Scry and Fly because A, scrying is relevant. B, it flies. So most of the cards that are in there has scrying and or flying. So, yeah. Combine this with things like the one Thassa that there is. Thassa, God of the Sea. That says at the beginning of your upkeep, scry 1. Okay, you do that for a few turns, and then, oh, knowledge and power. Cool. Yeah, I'm putting this on the bottom. By the way, take 2 on your upkeep. Relic of Abandon. Generally, for this kind of effect, sorry, let me rephrase. Let's start that sentence over. Generally, if you are looking for some sort of board wipe in red, around the 4 or 5 mana point, you are commonly looking at dealing, well, Storm's Wrath is 4 damage to all creatures. I believe possibly also old Planeswalkers. I'll have to check on that. Or you get Chain Reaction, which deals damage to each creature equal to the number of creatures on the battlefield. If you are looking at not dealing damage, you're commonly realistically looking around 7-ish mana. I actually no. I think the least expensive might be 6. OTAG mass removal ID equal ID equal red. Minus O colon damage, minus O colon. And order direction ascending. Cool. No basic lands, artifacts, lands. Okay, so Apocalypse. Exile all permanents and discard your hands. Mog Infestation. Destroy all creatures target player controls. Then they get 2 goblins per, each to replace them. Realistically, Descent of the Dragons, 6 mana. Destroy any number of target creatures, and they get a 4/4 dragon instead. Jolko Hops, destroy all artifacts, creatures, and lands. They can't be regenerated. Collision of Realms. Each player shuffles all creatures they own in their library, and then they basically polymorph into each player who shuffled reveals cards from the top of their deck till they reveal a creature card. Yeah, they all polymorph into like random creatures. You shuffle them all back in, and then all your non-tokens get polymorphed into something new. Devastation is 7. Yeah. Realistically, you're looking at 6 mana. Whoops. realistically, you're looking at 6 mana. You might be able to swing one that's like 5, but realistically, you're looking at like 6. Relic of Abandon. All creatures get +2/-2 till end of turn for 5 mana. Doesn't sound great. It's basically Infest for an extra 2 mana, but you're in red. But it's not Infest. It is if you're looking at it as removal. But if you're dealing with dragons, this is also a bit more like Overrun. And this is why I mentioned before when we talked about NYX Infusion, where you're playing, you're playing it for its flexibility of, of a pump spell versus a removal spell. Relic of Abandon. Your big creatures get beefier. Your and the small creatures your opponents have just wither away and die. This is going to get rid of a bunch of tokens and a bunch of like random other stuff that happens to show up along the way. If you don't have in certain situations, it will get rid of enough slivers, etc., etc., etc. Relic of Abandon, I actually expect to see going fairly well with a card like the Meat Hook Massacre. If you're in Rakdos and looking at Meat Hook Massacre, don't be afraid to consider a card like Relic of Abandon, especially if your creatures are more likely to survive it, because there'll be less creatures on the board, at which point you can more usefully attack for a lot more. That's why it's a sorcery. Or you use it after combat to clean things up. Starfall. 5 mana, 3 damage to a creature, and if that creature is also an enchantment, deals 3 to the creature's controller. Pass. Again, I've said before, and I'm going to keep saying it. Why are you spending 5 mana to deal 3 damage to a creature when you could say spend 5 mana to, kill the creature instead, or 4 mana to kill the creature instead? The card Holly mentioned earlier, Cinder Cloud, I think was called. Feels right. Yeah, Cinder Cloud. Again, and also an instant. Slightly harder to cast. 2 red instead of 1. 2 red plus 3. But destroy target creature. A lot of creatures in Commander outgrow 3 or even 4 damage fairly easily. Pass. Pensive Minotaur. If you are considering if you are considering this card at all, it's because you're playing Minotaurs. The funny thing is, in Alpha, this exact stat line, 2/3 vanilla creature, you're paying an extra half a mana for. You're paying 2 red plus 1. By this point in the game, you're now paying 1 red plus 2, which does make a difference. That means that a Minotaur, even at common, at 2 red plus 1, could now be a 2/3 with a minor ability. That's not nothing. That is a thing to consider. Or you could make it like a 3/3 that can't block, or has to attack each turn Fable or something. That being said, Pensive Minotaur, if you're considering playing it, it's because you're playing Minotaurs. Minotaur, Minotaur. A Crone Linebreaker. 3 mana for 2/1 sounds kind of meh. But whenever you cast a spell that targets this gets +2 power and intimidate until end of turn. Again, intimidate, it can only be blocked by things that share a color with itself or are artifact creatures. If there's no color change, you have to block with either an artifact creature or a red creature. The creature can be red, green, red, white, red, blue, but it has to actually be that color. It can't just have, it can't be like a blue card with a red activated ability. It has to actually be considered, which also hilariously means that creatures that have devoid cannot block this unless they happen to be artifact creatures. So, it's kind of meh, but it's also more likely to actually get through for damage. A lot of cards that have a heroic ability, they get bigger, but they're not as likely to actually get through for damage. Lightning Diadem. This, again, overcosted. We'll cover that in a moment. But this is the sort of card that you really want for a card like a Crone Line Breaker, or more reasonably, Blood Crazed Hoplite. Lightning Diadem is that kind of card. It's removal, and it does something useful. The problem is, it's 6 mana. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. Okay, so that I could see that being worth potentially as much as 3 mana. 2 more realistically. 3 potentially. But let's say, let's be generous and let's say 3. But now you're also paying 3 mana to do 2 damage to a target. Because it's only red plus a bunch of colorless mana, I can arguably see it. I still think it's overcosted. Because I think if we use Galvanic Arc as our comparison, red +2, 3 damage to any target. Enchanted creature gets first strike. If it was only 2 damage, we'd probably still be paying 3 mana, but we might be looking at like double red. But we wouldn't be looking at red +2. Or like 3 colorless, but with a stipulation that says cast a spell only if you control a mountain. And then the additional +2/+2 instead of first strike, I think would be worth an extra, let's see here, 3, 4. Yeah, I think this is like a mana too much, even at common. I think this is like a mana too much. And it could just simply be just a matter of how it played out in limited. They tried it in limited, and it was. And also, they could have gone, 2, 3, 4, and it's still too strong at 4, so they tried 6, and it's like, okay, it's not taking over the games. It's still good, but it's not taking over games. And didn't get to try 5. So, but, yeah, unless I've got enough cost reduction in my deck to the point where this is feasible, I don't think I see it. You have to have enough cards like Starnhelm Courser and Ruby Medallion and enough stuff to actually make it worth, make this down to like a 3 mana card that you're playing rather than 6. I don't know. It feels wrong. It feels like too much for not enough effect. Font of Fire. I see the same problem here as I did with the white one. I can't remember what the white one was called. Font of, I don't see you. Font of Vigor. Or as I might call it, Font of Vinegar. 5 damage to target player planeswalker for you're spending 6 mana. It's too much. You can, and since you're sacking an enchantment anyway, you can realistically be like 2 mana, sack a creature, um, and do, 4 or 5 damage to, to any target, or, stuff of that nature. Think Goblin Grenade, Artillerize, I think it was 4 to cast, but there's a 2 mana. Oh, I can see it. It dealt 4 damage, but it let you sacrifice any creature. You know what? Let me just Goblin Grenade. Let me pull this up on the tagger. That'll probably help me find. Reckless Abandon is along the lines of what I was thinking of. Heartfire is the right cost. Yeah, Heartfire feels right. And that got a reprint. Where are you? War of the Spark. Oof. Anyway, yeah. That's like 2 mana, instant. Additional cost, sack a creature or planeswalker. 4 damage to any target. Yeah, I would play something like that instead. But if you're looking at this, the difference here is you're doing damage to a player. Well, at 4 mana, you should just be able to do 5 damage to a player anyway. So, I don't see a good reason for that to be played, realistically. Some of these others I can understand, not that one. Wildfire Kerberos. Yes, I pronounce it Kerberos because to me it's got a Greek or Latin root, and the letter C is pronounced like a K. That's part of the reason why if you see those like those big buns that you get in like a German German or European you go to the grocery store and you're looking for like the big German, they're called Kaiser buns because that was, it's spelled with a K, but that's also how they see the German interpret the. In English, we say Caesar. That's not the proper pronunciation. If you go based on how it's properly pronounced in its native language, then German takes that and it's like, how do we write that maintaining the pronunciation? It's a little bit like dealing with Oracle text. How do we take this card and interpret it maintaining its meaning? It's a little bit like that. And this is where you get Kaiser rolls. The C in the C in Caesar should actually sound like a K. And that's why I constantly call him Kerberos. Because similar language, etc., etc. Anyway. Yeah, 5 mana, 4/3, which sounds meh. But it is a dog, so it's got that going for it. If you're willing to pay its mana cost again, plus an additional red +1, So 5 initially, 7 later. It gets a +1 counter on it and becomes monstrous. But when it becomes monstrous, 2 damage to each opponent and each creature they control. There's certain cards that are answers to a lot of problems. The best card I can think of off the top of my head to combine with this is Basilisk Collar, which is kind of fitting considering we're, the setting we're talking about. But throw Basilisk Collar on this. This will run into the same situation that, was it Crypt Rats plus... Oh, what's that? Yeah, Toxin Analysis. Toxin Analysis. Target creature gains Death Touch and Lifelink till end of turn. Crypt Rats. Black +2, 1/1, X, X damage to each creature and each player. Spend only black mana on X. So you do this for 1, let's say. In response, Toxin Analysis. Now each creature is going to take 1 point of Death Touch and die, including the rats, but the rats are going to die anyway because they're only 1/1s. You gain a life for each creature that got blowed up from the damage, from the Death Touch damage, and 1 for each player that got hit. Wildfire Cerberus, or Kerberos, depending on your perspective, plus Basilisk Collar is the same thing. But you can go Kerberos on 5, Basilisk Collar, and then the next turn, Monstrosity it. Hit all your opponents for 2. 2 damage to each of your opponent's creatures, which are all going to go pop. Gain. Let's be polite here. Let's assume everyone's got 3 creatures. 2 points of Death Touch damage to each creature. Yeah, 2 points of Death Touch damage to each creature. So that's 3, 6, 9. Plus each opponent, 10, 11, 12. But you dealt 2 damage. So you're suddenly going to gain 24. You're not only hitting the board for 12, hitting, your opponents for 2 each, and wiping their boards. You're also gaining, not unrealistically, 24 life in a mono red deck. Yes, the Basilisk Collar is doing a lot of work for the lifelink. But this is not an unreasonable expectation. And it's actually quite reasonable that you are looking at something like, I don't know, gaining 40 or 50 life instead. People are going to see the collar and go, oh crap. The more important part is the Death Touch. The lifelink is the bonus, but it's a big bonus because you can double or triple your life total pretty easily. And also, the monstrous ability doesn't say play only as a sorcery. Just putting that out there. Sigiled Skink. 2 mana for 2/1 when it attacks, scry 1. I mean, it's a decent role player. It can fit into a lot of decks. It's just a lizard, so it could very easily, for example, have gone into my 3 tickets to the Zoo Please deck. And in fact, I believe when I sketched out the deck idea initially and I was trying to figure out what to put in it, I do believe on the page that had Sigiled Skink on it, it was I basically, because Scryfall will give you up to 60 um cards per page. So I'm looking at, okay, narrow everything down to just animals. If it's a fantastical creature type like vampire, it's out. If it's something that suggests training or sentience, more appropriately, like warrior, for example, it's out. I want cat. I don't want catfolk. Something that suggests, like something that suggests training. That depends on the kind of training. Armored warhorse, yes, it has training, but it's still just a horse. It's just been trained not to suddenly run when somebody's, nearby with a weapon. So on the page with Sigiled Skink, I believe that was I had to narrow it. I forced myself to be disciplined and go no more than 3 cards from any page, and I ended up with about I think something like 115 creatures, and then I had to narrow that down because I was like 38 pages or something like that. Okay, let's go through all of these. No more than 3 per page because that would still give me some kind of flexibility. And then I had to cut that into less than half because I went down to about 50. I'm like, okay, what are the best? What are the best one? What does what? Nope, 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 nope. And some of the cuts were really hard. But Sigiled Skink was a potential because it's an animal. My problem was I was also going 5-color, so I could play anything, which made things harder. But, yeah, depending on what you're looking for, scrying 1 whenever it attacks is very viable. Find a way to make it unblockable. The damage doesn't matter so much as the fact that it can then attack every turn and you get that scry every turn. If you're looking for, if you want to build a commons only deck based on a premise of that nature, that's a way to take it. Blinding Flare. This is the red strive card. Red to cast. Red for the strive. Any number of target creatures can't block this turn. You can target your own creatures. It's a sorcery. You can target your own creatures just to give them +1/+1 counters if they've got heroic, or give you some other benefit from targeting them. Mogus's Warhound, 2 mana, 2/2. Attacks each combat of Fable. And obviously, Enchanted Creature gets that same capability, +2/+2, and has to attack each combat of Fable. And it only bestows for 3, so you're only spending an extra mana over its own cost to bestow it. And that I often find is like, they end up being like really strong cards because of that. Some of them, the bestow costs are like a lot high, like sufficiently, like 3 mana or whatever higher. When it's this close, people are very willing to play them. This is the sort of thing where I would, again, if I was going more aura based in my Boros aggro deck than I am, this could have made it in. I think the white one we mentioned earlier has got more realistic way to build to fall in. This is not unreasonable. If you're looking for an aggro sort of deck at all with some kind of aura, you want. I will I will point out one other thing. I do keep mentioning this, but I will point it out again because it bears repeating. As a general rule, if in a 20 card format you want instants to pump your creatures, in a format like Commander you want auras because they last longer, so that you can use them against more of the table, offensively and defensively. In a If in a 60 card 20 life format you want auras, then again you want to go one step slower and have your global enchantments that have a similar effect. Where this does break is when you're looking at, okay, we need to finish the game now. At which point you don't necessarily want what was the other card that she mentioned? Rage Reflection was the one Holly mentioned, which made me think of True Conviction, which is rather than 2 red plus 4, it's 3 white plus 3. Creatures you control have double strike and lifelink. But you play it because of the double strike. You play it because, okay, I'm going to play this. I'm finishing the game now. But anything that's along the lines of overrun. Your overrun effects, Moonshaker Cavalry or whatever it's called, the one that's like Craterhoof Behemoth, but flying instead. Etc., etc., etc. Anything like that. When you're ready to finish the game, yes, that's where you break the mold. But in general, an instant pump spell you want to convert over to an aura you want to convert over into global enchantment because again they last longer, they affect more things. They either affect more things or they affect for a longer period of time or both. So if you would consider whatchamacallit, brute force or infuriate or something like that in a 20 life format, something that gives +2/+2 as an aura, like giant strength, is a good substitution for going for commander because you also have to remember you're not dealing with 20 life, you're dealing with 40, so having it last longer matters. And you're not dealing with one person, you're dealing with 3. So having it last longer matters in that context as well. So Mogus's Warhound, in that kind of context, a very reasonable card. Good lord. I have to get through this quickly. Ravenous Lucrocata, which I don't believe is a proper mythological creature. I think that's a cross between mythological creature and something magic. I think they basically did the Simic science experiment thing, took 2 creatures, one from mythology, one elsewhere, and went, merge! 4 mana, 2/4 vigilance, 7 mana for monstrosity of 3. A 2/4 vigilance compared to reach. A 2/4 vigilance, people don't realize how much vigilance green actually gets. It gets more than most people realize. A 2/4 vigilance, vigilance is a huge deal in Commander because you can attack with it, and you still have the ability to block 3 opponents. The monstrosity is 3 more than its mana cost, and you're getting 3/+1 counters, which isn't bad, but this is also the color that's the best color for going, oh, hey, look, You're gonna give me counters? Give me more. No, no, give me more. No, no, I said more. One of the forms, I think it's one of the forms of the Ozlith. I forget which one it is. Gives additional counters. Hardened Scales gives additional counters. Um, Not Winding Constrictor, because that's black-green, but there's another creature that's mono-green that says, hey, by the way, give more counters. Then you get all the ones that are the enchantments, you know, your doubling seasons and your and variants thereof that give additional counters. So put some of that into your deck. Don't go hog wild on it, because otherwise you'll have a bunch of stuff that gives additional counters and nothing that gets counters. But I don't know, a reasonable amount, probably 7-ish is a reasonable number, I think. And then cards like this, because every time you know, hey, look, I got a counter. No, 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 you get 2. No, no, you actually get 4. No, no, you get 12. Wait, what? You want a reasonable amount, but not so much that your deck doesn't do anything else. But this is, again, this is a much more reasonable card than it first appears. Partly because it's a green card that's got Vigilance, which is not an ability green is known for. It does get a reasonable amount of it, but it's not known for it. It's not like Trample, where it's like, oh yeah, this is a green thing. Vigilance is like somewhere over there. And people go, what about me? What about me? What about me? Fairies Band Thunderhoof, 5 mana for a 3/4. Heroic, it gets two counters. Very reasonable based on that alone, because you put if I got the right card name, Primal Frenzy, is that the right one? Yeah, you cast Primal Frenzy on it. Enchanted creature has trample. Nothing fancy at all. But now next turn you're attacking with a 5/6 trample. Whoops. Is there a better version of that? I mean, there's gotta be. Oh yeah, Rancor and Audacity. Yeah. Rancor is the obvious comparison. +2 power and trample for the same 1 green cost. And when Rancor hits the bin, you return it back to hand. And Audacity is the same idea, except when it hits the bin, you draw a card. So yeah, you Swarmborn Giant. I played this in limited. This was hilarious because it's, you know, it's a 4 mana 6/6 that whenever you dealt combat damage, you sack hit. But the first problem is try dealing combat damage to somebody who's got a 4 mana 6/6 out. For 2 more mana than its mana cost, it gets 2 +1/+1 counters, so now it's an 8/8. And it now has reach. The number one thing to stop you from... Okay, first of all, this... You want a reasonable number of creatures already out. If somebody's got an infinite combo, they're gonna get past, and whether you lose the sacrificing the creature is not gonna matter if you're already dead. As long as this creature is monstrous, it has reach, which means it'll be, and at that point, it's an 8/8 with reach, which means it's wanting dragons out of the air. You're playing green. Make sure that dealing with flyers is... a lot easier for you. Uh, Raking Canopy is a good option. Whenever a creature with flying attacks you, deals, the canopy deals 4 damage to them. It's like 2 green plus 1. You ideally want something like Sandworm Convergence, because that just shuts them out completely. 8 mana enchantment. Creatures with flying can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. At the beginning of your end step, you make a 5/5 worm. So basically, flying creatures are going to be great blockers, but they're not going to be able to head your way at all. Swarmborn Giant, cool. You have this, and then you get, you manage to survive. Maybe play a few fogs. Yes, I know I said the F word. You play a few fogs to last long enough until you get the convergence out, and then the giant is just taking over. Colossal Heroics, 3 mana, strive for 2. Any number of target creatures each get +2/+2 till end of turn. Untap those creatures. Yeah, it's 3 mana for the first, 5 for the second, 7 for the third, 9 for the fourth. Yeah. And again, the typical comment of, yeah, you could somebody else's creatures, you can muck around with combat math very easily. Do not be afraid to take a look at your deck list and go, can it feasibly make sense for me to throw in a strive card? Not should I, but just can I feasibly do this? Spire's fine. 3 to cast for 4/1 that blocks each combat of Fable. And enchant creature gets the same ability. +4/+1 and has to block each, whenever possible. Cool. I use this as a bestow pump spell. Don't care. Blocking? I don't care. I'm attacking. It's giving me +4 power. I got the power. Yeah. You play it. You don't play this to block. You play this to attack. Nature's Panoply. Panoply. I keep calling it Panoply. It's Panoply. Or Panoply? Something. Green to cast. Strives for 3 more. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of the creatures. Yeah. This is going to do some serious hardcore work on so many. Oh no. I need a copy of this. I know exactly where this needs to go. I just noticed it's a common. Panoply journey into NYX. This should go into my commons only L stack because that thing can generate a bunch of mana. And then, cool, at the end of turn, I'm going to put a +1 counter on all my creatures. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to put a +1 counter on all my creatures. Golden Hide Ox. 6 mana for a 5/4. When it or another, Constellation, it or another enchantment you control enters, target creature must be blocked this turn if able. Must be blocked. You could block with a 0/1 and, okay, fulfilled. Not as good as I want it to be. I think this is, it's an okay card. I don't think it's as good as a lot of these other ones, to be honest. Renowned Weaver, 1 mana for a 1/1. Pay 2 and sack it. Make a 1/3 spider with reach. Um, maybe because you're playing with, I was going to say proliferate. Um, maybe because you're playing with populate, but you're paying 3 mana for a 1/3 reach. Sure, it's got the enchantment subtype. Okay. Type spider, type enchantment. Okay, there's only the two. The Nyx Weaver and Rasta. Alright, maybe you end up making another one. But either of these would be a lot better. I don't know. Maybe. Debatable. Strength from the Fallen. 2 mana enchantment with Constellation. Target creature gains +X till end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. You throw this in a self-mill deck. You ignore the fact that this is an enchantment. You consider this one giant FU pump spell. You play a self-mill deck based on green. Might be Sultai, might be whatchamacallit, might be Golgari. Probably you're likely green plus black. Maybe with something else, maybe not. Self-mill strategy, get a bunch of creatures in your graveyard and just have payoff for. You basically want to play Dredge and use this as one of your let's kill my opponent now finishers. If you go if you go Sultai, you've got the ability to add cards like Narcomoeba and stuff of that nature more easily. You also have cards that have got disturbed, so you can do that and then use those so you can sacrifice them to reanimate with Dredge Return, etc., etc., etc. There's ways to build Dredge, Golgari Dredge in Commander and actually make it make sense. Huh. Anyway. But yeah, this I see going into that deck. Occult Druids, 3 mana for a 2/3 Constellation. Target creature gets +1 till end of turn. I'd be happier. I would prefer if this was, this creature gets +1 counter on it, but it's okay. I don't even I don't know. I don't think with enchantment, I don't think there'd be like you would have to have enough enchantments come into play. The number one reason I can see for getting a bunch of enchantment words. The number one way I can see for getting a bunch of enchantments into play cleric is Helod, God of the Sun. Every 4 mana you pump into it, you get a 2/1 cleric enchantment creature token. Relevantly, pay 4 mana, get an enchantment. There's probably other ways, but that's the easiest I can think of. At which point, then you start, when you can generate a bunch of mana, you do that. Now you start giving +5 and +6, on a consistent basis. Desecration Plague. I like this card. It is not as good as other cards that have a similar effect. Desecration Plague, play Bramble Crush or Creeping Mold over this. If you really need to be able to hit like target land destruction, it should be a consideration on your list. But play other stuff. This should be like fairly low on your list. You know, maybe like 10th or 12th on your list. But it should always be a consideration. Nessun Game Warden. 5 mana for 4/5. When it enters, look at the top X where X is number of force you control. Reveal creature, put in your hand, the rest on the bottom in any order. Keep in mind that last sentence, that last section is relevant. Put the rest on the bottom in any order. That means you get to go, alright, well, here's the top of my deck. Alright, so I'll take this, and then these other guys are going to go back this way, I think. Yeah, this way. And you get to plan around it. So, do consider that it's equal to the number of force you control. So, you should not be doing this for less than 3. And later in the game, doing this for like, you know, looking at the top 8 is not unreasonable. Also, it's a creature. You get the blink shenanigans going on, etc. I wonder, did, what's his name ever show back up? I don't see him. Rar. Weird. Weird. Anyway, not unreasonable for a few things. Let's see here. Color. -C colon. -C equal gold. ID equal gold. -C colon C. I believe that's right. Stuff that's cool. Nothing's got a multicolor identity that's actually monocolored. 13 multicolor cards. I think we can get through these fairly quickly. How many gods are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll get through the gods real quickly first, because that only leaves 8 cards remaining. Freaka, God of Affliction. People play this already as a commander for a deck. 3 mana in black-green for 5/5. Indestructible. Devotion, less than 7, not a creature. That's those lines, the indestructible, devotion, less than 7, not a creature, are going to be consistent between the 5 of them. Black green, exile target creature card from a graveyard. They get a 1/1 enchantment creature snake with death touch. It's if you can make their creatures not a problem, this is actually, this is just eating stuff from graveyards. And you're in black, making your opponent's creatures not a problem is actually surprisingly easy. Maha gives your opponents -1? No, base toughness 1. So it's not Maha. It's Modok. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1. That's the card I was thinking of. That in combination with Maha basically says your opponents can't have creatures. That in combination with Freaka means, guess what? Your snakes come in and play dead. You then combine that with something like whatchamacallit. I had you earlier. Meat Hook Massacre. You know, every time you're caught, because whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you gain life. Combine that with Farika. Combine that with Farika and um, Meat Hook Massacre, Farika, and Modok. Your opponent's creatures, like any tokens you would get them, come into play dead. Any X ones they end up with come into play dead. Every time something comes into play dead, you gain life, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, this can just snowball on its own. Keranos has seen play in other formats. It's seen play in Modern. I want to say it's even seen play in Legacy. It was definitely a sideboard card in Standard. 5 mana, 6/5. Reveal first card you draw on each of your turns. If it's a land, you draw a card. So, so you do draw that card. You just have to reveal it. If it's land, you get to get an additional card. And if it's a non-land, you burn anything for 3. So, yeah. Churn through your deck really easily. And oh, hey, by the way, burninate while you're at it. And you haven't even cast anything. This is when you're drawing for turn. This is just your I draw for turn. Draw extra or burninate. Yeah. Really, really freaking good. And there's a reason, and because it's indestructible, it's hard to interact with. People don't play, and plus, you don't play it in a deck that's going to give you high devotion, because suddenly it's a creature who now can be Path of Exile or Swords Plowshares or whatever, which means you play this in like a Spellslinger style deck, or something that feels kind of like that. And you just get value every turn. Athreos got a passage. Hey, Roar. So what's the verdict? That's about 2.5 hours ago. Does it still sound okay? Like, do you still get the static or no? Okay. Was it like, was it a bad connection or something, or? Because I haven't changed anything at this end. Oh no, it's in my room. um, are you listening through speakers or are you listening through like headphones? Or like earpods or something? AirPods, whatever. I was on speakers and now too. Okay. Um, I do know that sometimes if I'm at my computer with, and I don't have my headphones on and I'm using my speakers, um, depending on like if the wire is not, if it because my speakers are old too. If it's not sitting just right, I'll get some kind of like weird it's not feedback, but they won't sound properly. Yeah. If you, it's also possible if you moved your speakers at all, that might have just fixed it. Anyway, Athreos got a passage, 3 mana, 5/4. Whenever another creature you own dies, and keep in mind it says another creature. I just finished my grist. If you want to see the list, lol, that almost rhymes. Paste it in the Discord. Because I'm almost done going through this. If you notice, I'm on multicolored, so it's multicolored artifact land, and then I'm done. Uh, but yeah, posting it in the Discord would be a better place. And then I can give you feedback once I'm done there. Athreos, the interesting thing here is it says another creature you own. And what makes that interesting is because usually it's a creature that you control as that sort of effect. A creature that you own means that if somebody else has gained control of it or somebody else has, let's say, they had an effect that let them look at the top card of your library and cast from the top of your library or something of that nature. It came from your library, you still own the creature. So even if they cast it, if it dies, return it to your hand unless target opponent pays 3 lives. So you get to go, oh look, creature of mine died. Hey, are you going to pay 3 life or do I get to keep this? And it doesn't care if it, like, you can do this with token creatures. I don't recommend it. But it will trigger each time. I had a person play this on Luris. Oh, oh yeah. No, I can see where that would be a pain in the butt because you play cheap creatures and they died. That sounds like an aristocrats kind of build going through my head right now. Um, whoops. How much are you now? Oh, 15. Yeah, you're still reasonable. Next Weaver, sorry, wrong one. Eros got a victory. I have this as one of my 4 drops in my Burrows aggro deck that I was looking at earlier. 4 mana, 7/4. Creatures you control have menace. Prevent all damage from being dealt to attacking creatures you control. So you attack with all of these. Even if there's something that's triggered from your creatures attacking, your attacking creatures are going to take no damage. Because it's all damage, not all combat damage or what, just all damage. This only lasts until, sadly I wasn't there for the gods because I love all, yeah. And because this is a 7/4 creature, for 4 mana that's really easy to turn on in an aggro deck. Yeah, this is in my my Boros aggro list. Let's go through the remaining 8 real quick. Storm Chaser Chimera or Chimera. 4 mana for 2/3 flyer. Scry 4 mana again, the same cost. Blue plus red plus 2 in both cases. Scry 1, then reveal the top card of your library. And the Chimera gets plus X power until end of turn, where X is that card's mana value. So if you reveal, let's say, a 6-drop, this is an 8 power creature till end of turn. You can also pump this ability. Bad one for me. You didn't like it? Commander does have a lot of cards. Commander does have a lot of cards that are fairly high to cast. And it also has a lot of cards that have a high mana value but are easier to cast. Um, in other formats, you might be looking at cards like Tolarian Terror, and the like. In my commons only commander decks, I've been known to add what's it called? Molten Monstrosity, I think it's called. Molten Monstrosity. That feels right. Something like that. Yeah, this guy, which is an 8 mana 5/5. Costs X less to cast for X is the greatest power among creatures you control. If you have a 5/5 out already, and it's also got trample, then you're casting this for 3 rather than the 8 that it says. Well, the deck I'm talking about is just common, so I can't run Galta. Um, but again, this gives you a very easy way to cast this really, on the cheap, but it's got a high mana value. The card also stays in your library. It's either going to stay where you left it or it's going to be on the bottom. So it is still possible to get your hands on it again. It's. Let me rephrase that. You haven't discarded it. It hasn't got exiled. It's not somewhere. No, it's technically still in your library. Also, hilariously, if you can pay that 4 mana again, you can do it again. And if you reveal the same Molten Monstrosity, now instead of 8 power, well, now it's got plus 16 power. So now you swing for 18. Desperate Stand. Desperate Stand. This is the Boros Strive card. Red plus white. Red plus white. For each additional one, giving creatures +2 power and first strike and vigilance. It does not let you untap the creatures, unfortunately. So if they've already been turned sideways, oh, I apologize. It's a sorcery. It probably is only going to affect your creatures. Probably. But there's no guarantee. This is Commander. There's always ways to play stuff at instant speed, even if you're, in, even if you're in Boros. If you can pull that off, yes, again, you get to muck around with combat math. And you don't have to be involved in the combat if you can find a way to play it as an instant. Fleet Feather Cockatrice, blue, green, and 3 for a 3/3 Flash Flying Death Touch, which I think in and of itself would probably already be enough. 5 mana for 3/3 Flash Flying Death Touch feels like a lot. Like, as in you're getting a lot out of the card. Pay 7 mana, 2 more than its base cost. At some point, get 3 additional +1 counters on it, at which point the Death Touch almost doesn't matter. It's 8 mana that other cards can do for like 5. Where are you getting 8 mana from? 5 initially and 7 later. Oh. The stand, you mean? This one? Or something else? Yeah, like if you target 4 things. Yeah. But the ones that are generally cheaper also only let you affect your own stuff. There are times you're going to want to hit your opponent's stuff. So Fleet Feather Cockatrice, I'm not opposed to this card. And yeah, this is almost like Cockatrice from, from Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Revised. It's a 3/3 instead of a 2/4. Death Touch instead of the odd variant that they had back then. Flying. And the Monstra. Yeah, okay. So you're turning a green into a blue and getting flash out of it. And making making its stats more even. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I don't know where I would put this, but a flying that's got Death Touch would certainly get attention. Relative of the Fallen God, the only reason there's only two places I could see playing this. One, you want satyrs specifically. And two, I should say, or two, you want the fact that you're getting 4 bodies for one spell. This is the kind of card that, in that context, like the second option I gave, if you have something like Omniscience out, as an example, something that lets you play a card without paying its mana cost, this gets you 4 bodies. And while the 4 bodies may not be amazing, you're getting 4 bodies. And somebody's going to be like, you just cast one thing and I already have to rat the board again. I think the best spot for this, realistically, is like a Satyr Tribal deck. I don't see another great spot for it. I can get an Atraxa with Omniscience. Yes, but Atraxa doesn't spit 4 bodies onto the battlefield. It's just a single big efficient threat. You know, the thing about having the number one thing about getting multiple bodies is you either need to spend multiple removal spells on them or you need a board wipe. Getting a Trax out, okay, cool. Path to Exile, Atrax is gone. Spend Path to Exile here, and it's like, okay, I still have 3 more. The big key to a card like this is the fact that you're getting multiple bodies. I'm not saying that you should be. I'm not saying people should be playing Revel of the Fallen God specifically, but that is the reason why cards like that end up being better. And part of the reason why I really like my mono white commons only deck is because I can spend 3 cards and get like 7 more bodies out of it. And people are like, I have to wipe the board again. It's been like 2 turns and we already have to wipe the board again. Okay, after that, I spend 2 more cards, get 5 more bodies. What are you doing? What my deck tells me to do. Disciple of Deceit. 2 mana for a 1/3 human rogue. Whenever it becomes untapped, you can discard a non-land. Oh! Search your library for a card with the same mana value. That's where you discard a non-land. Because lands do not have a mana value. Reveal, put in your hand, and shuffle. So if you discard a 6-drop, you grab a different 6-drop. This, I think, is actually really interesting. If you've got, oh man, you're in blue, so you already get access to cards along lines of opposition. You've also got other ways to tap it or untap it. Oh, oh no. You could stockpile your hand. You have a card like Freed from the Real, which is I better pull up Freed from the Real because it's Freed from the Real is interesting. 3 mana enchant creature, blue, tap enchant creature, blue, untap enchant creature. So for the cost of 2 blue, you go tap, untap. Well, that doesn't sound amazing until you look at the inspired ability. Every time you do that, you get to pitch a card to search up any other card with the same mana value. You can pitch it, tap, untap. I pay 6 mana, I discard a 6 drop, dig out a 6 drop that I'm looking for. Pay 2 more mana, I'll discard a 3 drop and get a 3 drop that I'm looking for. If you care about doing some kind of combo shenanigans, you want a card like Disciple of Deceit in your deck. It might not be the Disciple itself, but being able to just do that consistently to pull up the exact cards you need is going to help a lot. And it's 19 cents. Wow. The card you want to combo with that is like $7. But there's also going to be less expensive versions of that effect. Underworld Coinsmith. 2 mana for 2/2 Constellation, gain a life. And then pay white plus black and 1 life. Each opponent loses 1 life. If you are looking at some, basically I see this and it's like, I'm in a color scheme that lets me gain a lot of life. I don't even have to worry about the Constellation line. I'm in a color scheme that lets me gain a lot of life. I can burninate the table fairly easily with playing how white-black normally plays, and then just spending mana to burninate everyone. And I don't have to... Yeah, this feels like it would fit nicely into like an Abzan life deck or Zov life or something of that nature. Ajani, Mentor of Heroes. Oh man, if you put this in an Abzan life deck and you match to ultimate him, yeah, now you've got life for days. You can do whatever you want. 5 mana, 4 loyalty, +1. Take 3 +1 counters. Split them up however you want among your creatures. +1. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Grab a aura, creature, or planeswalker. And then put the rest on the bottom. Again, in any order. -8 gain 100 life. That -8 is usually just flavor. But if you can do that and have Johnny... the funny thing is, if this enters and you've got, doubling season in play, you basically cast this and then right away cash it in and go, hey, by the way, I just gained 100 life. Wait, what? Yeah, I just gained 100 life. Oh, no. Because now you get to spend life whenever you want on Underworld Coinsmith and just drain the table. And you've got a 100 life buffer. Oh, I missed crew fix. Blue plus green +3 for 4/7. No maximum hand size. And if you would lose unspent mana, it becomes colorless instead. In other words, you always have mana available until you actually use it on something. I don't think you need it, but having that no maximum hand size clause on something that's potentially general is going to be pretty, it's going to be useful. Next Weaver, It's a spider, beginning of your upkeep, mill 2. Pay 3 and exile the Weaver. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So, erase that effect. I can't imagine this not being good in, like, Pauper EDH, which allows you to run basically any uncommon, I think it's any uncommon creature as your general. Exile this creature means send it back to the command zone so you can do it again. Yeah. I this feels like one of these cards that and I could very well be wrong. Feel free to tell me in the comments. But this feels like one of these cards that it looks okay, and then it looks really good, and then it just looks okay again. Which sounds weird, but this is having played Magic as long as I have, I feel like this is one of those cards that it reads really good, built into like certain deck types and so on and so forth. Like you build with it, you play with it, you get excited and stuff like that. And then it ends up not being as good as you want it to. Like it's still okay, but it's not as good as you want it to be. Does that make sense? I feel like this is one of those cards that just does it. Like, um, there are cards in competitive Magic that do the same sort of thing. You look at a card and you read it, and it's like it's okay, and then you play it for a bit, and then it's like, wow, this thing is really good. But then after a while, of playing it, you realize it's not as good as I thought it was. It's still fine, it still does, it does what it says, but it's not as good as what I thought it was going to be. That doesn't mean I think this card is necessarily bad, just not as good as I think, as what I think it should be. I could very well be wrong. Let's go type equal artifact and C:"C. Artifacts are actually colorless. There's only the 5. That makes things easy. Deserter's Quarters. I do not remember this card at all. That's cute. 2 mana artifact. Pay 6 and tap it. Tap target creature. That creature doesn't untap as long as the quarters are tapped. Huh. Interesting. So that card, or that, so basically you keep the creature tapped down until you decide to untap the quarters. I think it's too much for that, but it's interesting. Goldforge Sentinel. 6 mana for 4/4 flyer as an artifact creature. Feels about right. I think we've now got the same thing at lower rarity. Oh, yeah. So Lumen Grid Gargoyle is the same thing with a different creature type at a lower rarity. Same with the Treadland Dragon, which has got a more relevant creature type. It's a dragon. Artificer's Dragon, not a fair comparison because that's a rare, and Steel's Wrath I think is the same problem. Yeah, Steel's Wrath is the same problem. There's also colorless non-artifact creatures. Is it Scion of Yugen I'm thinking of? Scion of Yugen? or Eugene as people like to call him. Yeah, which is the exact same card except different creature types and not an artifact. Nope, that's it. Yeah. Um Again, it's fine. It's it's about what you expect for a 6 mana uncommon. Um eh. Hollow Triumph. You play Hollow of Triumph when you're playing a deck based around a certain base bleh, when you're playing around a certain color. I'm mono black, I'm mono green, I'm mono red. If you're playing colorless, it's not going to help. 3 mana. As it enters, choose a color. Creatures you control of the chosen color get +1/+1. This is basically the this is the analog to Crusade and Bad Moon and the like for colors that don't get this ability. This is where mono blue gets that sort of effect. Um, Even mono, I don't think mono green gets that effect actually. I think you would actually have to go here, but you don't need to. You are, a green deck that's interested in this is probably playing some kind of tribal deck, in which case you tend to get tribal synergies kicking in. But yeah, that's what you're looking at for again, like, or if you find you need more effects of, let's say you're playing a mono black deck and you need more cards that are along the lines of Bad Moon, Hollow Triumph is one of the cards you go to. A lot of decks that are doing that sort of thing, though, are based around a certain creature type. If you're not based around a certain creature type, you're doing that. My mono blue ramp deck might have an interest in Hollow Triumph, for example. I use Sunken City and a couple other cards, but if I need another card that has that effect, that's where, this makes sense. Armory of Erois. 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Whenever a quick creature attacks, put +1 counter on it. There are so many cards that care about +1 counters in so many different places. You can likely find a home for it. In Chariot of Victory, 3 to cast, 1 to equip. A quick creature has first strike, trample, and haste. No stat boost, but 3 really good keywords. That's the sort of thing where if you're going to suit up your commander with equipment, it's probably one you want to at least look at. And then the last 3 cards, Temple of Melody, Temple of Epiphany. We know how the temples work. Enter tapped. When they enter, scry 1, tap for one of the 2 colors they produce. And Mana Confluence, which is the big one. It is the cleaner City of Brass. Land enters untapped. Tap, pay a life, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Very simple, very straightforward, very easy. And I am going to pull up another. Let's do it off of this one. It doesn't matter. Go away. I do not care. That was Journey to NYX. Where's Journey? Past this. Cons of Terrakir is apparently the next one. I'm probably do the oddball ones later, like Conspiracy. But we are here. Conspiracy is kind of weird. Vintage Masters is only on Magic Online. M15, we already handled the core sets up to Foundations, so we're good there. So next one is Crimes of Tarkir. I'm going to make a quick note of that for my for a friend of mine, because Holly is going to want to know. Oh, that's what that is. All right. So yeah. So I will see you all next week, we hope. Took a little longer than I expected, but I also got, I think, like an hour and a half. My first hour and a half was uh not exactly. Yeah, I kind of got slightly distracted there. Anyway, I am done. Good night, everybody. See y'all next week. Adios.